This meeting of the Las Cruces Public Schools School Board is now called to order. Welcome, and Mr. Castro, will you please take roll?
Mr. Frank,
Here.
Ms. Delman,
Here.
Señora Maria Flores,
Here.
and Mr. Jaramillo,
Here.
and I'm here. So.
Okay, so we have a quorum, and we are authorized to do the business of the school district. Before we get started, I would like to welcome our student advisor, Chris, welcome, from Arrowhead Park Early College. Welcome to the dais. Thank you. And at this time, let us all rise and pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Juro lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Thank you. At this time, I would like a motion to approve the agenda.
So move.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Jaramillo, seconded by Vice President Dahlman. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The agenda has been approved. Okay, I will entertain a motion to approve the August 7, 2018 work session minutes, December 18, 2018 regular session minutes, January 17, 2019 special board meeting town hall meeting minutes, January 31st, 2019 board retreat minutes, and the February 19th, 2019 regular session minutes.
I so move.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Castro, seconded by Vice President Dahlman. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, the minutes have been approved. I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda items. VC1, approval for the self-assessment program improvement plan, and ERSEA for the 2019-20 school year. VD1, student out-of-state travel. VE1, budget adjustment requests, otherwise known as BARs. VE2, bids. VE3, property dispositions. VE4, vendor payments. And VF1, approval of public school capital outlay council school security projects funding for 2019-20.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Vice President Dahlman, seconded by Mr. Jaramillo. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We have approved the consent agenda items. The board met in closed executive session on March 19th, 2019, from 1:05 p.m. to 1:58 p.m. to discuss limited personnel matters as permitted under Section 10-15-1 H2, specifically so that the superintendent could update the board and legal counsel could advise regarding the investigations of certified and classified employees by the superintendent, remedial compensatory efforts related to the same, and specific employee movements, including contemplated movements. Discussion of personally identifiable information about individual students as permitted under Section 10-15-1 H4, specifically so that the superintendent could update the board and legal counsel could advise regarding individual student safety-related investigations. Discussion of possible property acquisition as permitted under Section 10-15-1 H8 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Update by legal counsel regarding threatened litigation as permitted under Section 10-15-1 H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
And Mr. President, if I may, just for the sake of the audience, we did not have any student safety issues to discuss.
Okay, thank you for adding that. And I need to catch my breath after reading all that. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to the superintendent for a report on Columbia Elementary School's continued interim location on the Centennial High School campus.
Yes, sir. So good afternoon, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, members of the board, and to the members of our audience this afternoon. Recently, there have been a few questions regarding the placement of Columbia students on the Centennial campus. Just to remind everyone, the Columbia building was ordered evacuated in September due to a mold infestation, and in the ensuing months, the administration brought in content experts to advise the board on a plan for either a repair or a rebuild of the Columbia building. Columbia students were placed at the Centennial location in September, as it was the only school building in the district with the capacity to hold 400-plus students, while the issues at Columbia were under review. From September to February, there were reports made during public board meetings addressing the issues not only of Columbia, but also of how the administration was working with both school principals and schools during the transition of the unanticipated move in September. Administrators, as well as students and teachers, spoke of a collegial working atmosphere. During board updates on the rebuild or repair of Columbia, it was further stated that the process would be one of an anticipated 18 to 24 months. During the February board meeting, the board authorized the superintendent and the administration to rebuild Columbia Elementary School, with the superintendent stating that there would continue to be updates throughout the process during board meetings. Further, I stated that Columbia would remain at Centennial as had always been discussed. However, measures would be taken to separate the students, lower urinals and water fountains in the building housing the Columbia students, install playground equipment which will later be turned over for Centennial special needs students, and to address lunchroom eating space for Columbia students. Early on, the administration looked at many options, but quite simply, there are no other school buildings in the district that are able to hold 401 elementary students in an emergency situation. Rental space would be costly, and we would need Public Education Department approval to meet classroom size, fire escapes, sinks in classrooms for special student services, disability access, etc. Mobile units or portable classrooms cost an estimated $5,000 per unit simply to move and set up, in addition to the cost of the mobile unit. The district does not have, we do not have enough, nor do we have a school where space exists to place the 33 or so necessary mobile units needed for Columbia. Also, these mobile units pose security issues as well as restroom issues for both students and teachers. Centennial High School was built to accommodate 2,058 students. Currently, the administration projects 1,650 high school students on the campus next year, in addition to the 400 elementary students from Columbia. Please be reminded that Centennial was operating with several vacant classrooms in a building, and the district simply allowed the Columbia teachers to utilize those classrooms. In an attempt to avoid paying rental space, movement and purchase of mobile units, and the fact that space existed on a school campus with a standalone building with empty classrooms, Centennial was the obvious choice. Columbia and Centennial administrators have been meeting with faculty, staff, and students and developing plans for the upcoming school year. Moreover, the district administration will continue to work closely with both the Columbia and Centennial principals, faculty, and school advisory councils to provide support regarding logistics. It is the belief of the administration that detailed decisions of what classrooms teachers are assigned to should be the decision of the school principal, faculty, and students. Those conversations are ongoing now and will continue. Lastly, please allow me to dispel a few fictional statements in which individuals believe we are going to uproot parking lots, dismantle chemistry labs, and spend enormous amounts of funding on redesigning Centennial. I was even told that a Centennial student was asked to take her AP exam sitting on the gym floor. These statements simply are not true. For example, AP exams haven't even been given. I do want to thank the principals, the faculty, the students, and the school advisory councils for working together during a difficult and extraordinary time as we continue our plans for what is best for all students, a safe, sound, and secure learning environment for both the elementary and the high school students. In the coming days and weeks, the administration will continue to work with the school advisory councils providing necessary information and data for a successful upcoming 2020-2021 school year for all on the Centennial campus. Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, members of the board, and the members of the public for being here today. And at this time, Mr. President, I would now like to invite both principals from Centennial and Columbia to address the board and the audience. So principals, would you come forward, please?
Sorry. Good afternoon. Thank you to the school board, to School Board President Frank, to members of the board, and Mr. Superintendent for allowing us to be here and kind of share
Thank you for
our
coming.
thoughts. I would also like to thank our district leadership team for the support they've given us throughout this process. We've been able to turn to them, call on them, and so I'd like to thank you as well. I'm here to speak, I'll start off, I'm here to speak on behalf of Centennial regarding the collaboration process and moving forward with Columbia and Centennial. Transition is never easy, and we saw that discomfort and kind of the uneasiness when Columbia teachers were moving into our school. And our school did open up, and they welcomed them with open arms so that we could provide the best year for the Columbia students. So now we are tasked with that, and it's not easy at first, and you do have a lot of questions that come up. Chemistry labs were one of the questions. The testing did come up. However, when tasked with how are we going to make it work, because ultimately we have 2,000 kids to educate in the next few years. And so when given a task, as hard as it may be, we have to move forward with it, and we have to find a plan that's going to work. So we were tasked with that. How are we going to make it work? I met with the Centennial leadership team, and we did take into consideration everything that we know that the elementary schools need. We know they need urinals that are their size. We know they need a playground. We know they need their own cafeteria. So with all that being said, we gave those scenarios to our leadership team, and we brainstormed. We also brainstormed our needs. What do we need as a school to make sure we have sufficient classrooms and material and things like that for our kids? And so with that being said, we put our needs, we put Columbia's needs, and we brainstormed. We then asked our leadership team to go to their departments and give us their best scenario. And each department reported back to administration what their departments needed. With that information, we were able to kind of reconvene as a leadership team and put the pieces of every department together and make sure we found their needs. Next, we brought in there were still lots of questions, and there were lots of rumors to dispel. And so we did bring in our student body officers to answer some of their questions and to let them know that this is what we had come up with. We later brought in the class presidents to come up to kind of, once again, dispel the rumors about the chemistry classrooms and the testing. And please know that although we did meet with Columbia admin as well, our leadership and their leadership, and we came up with a tentative plan. And I say tentative because there's still lots of discussions to take place. When our teachers were tasked on, let's make it work, they did it. They did it, and they collaborated amongst themselves, and they worked together on making it work. And so that's where we stand now. We're ready to move forward with our task at hand. I also want to make sure everybody fully understands all the great things that have happened there this year. That, you know, Ms. Valdez and I talk all the time, like, no one's ever done this. This is our first time, and so we're going with it as best as we can. And so we collaborate a lot. And our kiddos, the Centennial kiddos, have baked, in our FACS classes, have baked with the elementary kids. Our librarian has provided a Christmas cookie design with them. They had a Dr. Seuss activity, which high school kids don't normally even know that Dr. Seuss's birthday is sometime around this semester, but they did it. And there's a lot of good things happening between our kids and their kids. And I really want to bring that to the forefront because, once again, as I stated, 2,000 kids that are doing great things. And so with that, I just would like to let Ms. Valdez speak a little.
Mr. President, members of the board, and Mr. Superintendent, I want to kind of reiterate what Mrs. Hindi has just shared. There are wonderful things taking place on the campus between Centennial students and Columbia students. And we're taking advantage of all of those opportunities. We have our music teacher that's able to walk our students over to the band room and to the choir room and to the orchestra room. And so they can see instruments live instead of on a video. We have them attending assemblies with the Centennial students. When they did their homecoming assembly, our kids were there with them. When they did their hawk walk, our kids got to go out and be a part of that. Tomorrow they're having a spring day that our students are going to go out and be a part of. So there are lots of positive interactions taking place. And just so that you know, we are communicating on a weekly basis, and we are making sure that we both know what's going on, what's being said, decisions that we need to kind of think about, compromises that have to be made, and all of the rest of those wonderful things that you get to do when you're working with anybody on any campus. And so I also want to make sure that I also thank the school board for being careful about your decisions through all of this. I want to thank Dr. Ewing for ensuring that we do get to stay together with our Columbia community and with our Columbia families. And I also want to thank the leadership team for being there to answer the phone every time we call and say, okay, what do we do now? So it has been a really new experience. It's been a learning experience for sure, but it's also been a very positive experience. And we know what our why is. Our why are those students that we show up to teach every single day, and we will continue to do that every single day. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say one more thing. This is we're going to step away right now, and I have to leave. So President Frank, school board members, and Dr. Yu and I apologize. I want to stay here for the duration of this, but I do have an engagement that I have to leave to. But I want you to know that I'm here, my full support, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be with you too. Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to move to public comment. But before we move to public comment, I would like to remind our audience of the board's procedures for handling public comment, which are found in board policy BEDH and on the sign-up card. Each speaker must complete a sign-up card prior to speaking. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per individual speaker and 5 minutes for each group spokesperson. The board welcomes public input. The board does not prohibit public criticism or a comment upon personnel matters. However, any person making public comments shall be solely responsible for the content of his or her comments. The board neither adopts nor assumes responsibility for any comments made by individuals during the public input section of the board meeting. Now, normally we do not comment on public input because it may not be on the agenda, and we can't discuss things that are not on the agenda. But the topic of Columbia Elementary School's continued interim location on the Centennial High School campus is on the agenda, and therefore the board, is welcome, and I would like to encourage them to comment whenever they want, whenever they feel it is appropriate, at any time during this meeting with regard to that issue, because it is on the agenda. Any other public comment that's not on the agenda, then it's not appropriate for us to comment. And that has to do with the Open Meetings Act and the fact that we have to comply with that legally. So with that all said, I'm going to call the first person, and that is Max.
About that. Good afternoon, President Frank, members of the board, Superintendent Ewing. My name is Max Sanchez, and as most, if not all of you well know, I am the current student body vice president at Centennial High School. First and foremost, I'd like to establish that I bring with me not just the personal astonishment what has been inflicted on myself and Mr. Castillo in the past few weeks, but dismay over the mishandling and utter lack of transparency concerning the Columbia Elementary School's stay at Centennial High School from students, staff, and parents alike. After being made aware several weeks ago of the fact that non-negotiables were set and decisions were going to be made about this by the superintendent's office over the likely expansion of Columbia Elementary School into other buildings at CHS, as well as structural modifications to Centennial. Not an ounce of input was heeded from my perspective from the instructors at CHS, nor the parents whose children are currently in attendance. After a school advisory council meeting last Monday on this subject was adjourned, a meeting, I might add, that denied attendees an opportunity to ask real questions and receive real answers from their elected officials and the LCPS administration, President Castillo and I took it upon ourselves to organize an impromptu meeting of Centennial High School student government, which afforded them the ability to do so. With the exception of Mr. Jaramillo, not only did the superintendent and all cabinet members there, as well as all school board members, evacuate to the cafeteria, while the rest of us engaged in real discussion, but the next day, I was made aware of the fact that Mr. Castillo had been relieved of his office by CHS administration. This was done on the basis of a school board policy that was not applicable to Mr. Castillo, nor did our principals seem to have any knowledge of its existence until they received the call the day after the school advisory council meeting, advising them on how Mr. Castillo was to be dispensed with. The only conclusion that I can reasonably draw, and this is unfortunate, but the only conclusion that I can draw is that the superintendent's office is specifically targeting a high school student who simply spoke his mind and is leveraging its power in the district to bully our administrators and into inflicting an unfair punishment. Now, if I am wrong, Dr. Ewing, and I really do hope that I am, I would call on you to submit to a formal investigation by the board of any influence that you may have had on the suspension of Mr. Castillo from his office as student body president. But if I'm right, I'd like to make clear that if you want to impeach Cameron, then I think you better impeach me too, because neither of us are going to sit blithely by while this abuse is inflicted on the Centennial High School and Las Cruces Public Schools community. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Okay, our next person to speak will be Cameron.
Mr. President, members of the board, and Mr. Superintendent. I'm Cameron Castillo, but you all know that. I am here today to highlight the ethical inconsistencies displayed by the Office of the Superintendent, as well as the complicity of this Board of Education in allowing the behavior to continue without stepping in, and to reject the assumption that throughout this district, student input is held in a high regard. Mr. President, I invite you, let's go back to a time where the superintendent himself personally financed out of his own bank account for students, including myself, to take lavish trips to Santa Fe, to rub shoulders with New Mexico's political elite, to speak to members of the media, and make it look like the students of Las Cruces Public Schools and their input was highly valued. But what changed, Mr. President? Let's fast forward to 3 weeks ago after the first KVIA appearance that I made regarding the Columbia Centennial matter. Heather Kingery was dispatched to Centennial High School to warn its student body officers, myself included, that if they made any effort to participate in or promote any form of student walkout with respect to the Columbia Centennial situation, they would be removed from office at the direction of downtown administration without any questions asked. This is highly contrary to the position of the board and this administration regarding the walkouts 12 months ago with respect to the tragedy in Parkland, Florida. I recall board members specifically positioning themselves on campuses because they thought that it was student advocacy at its finest, which leads me to the conclusion that this body and this district administration does not truly value student input. It values student input when it fits their agenda. Mr. President, I'd like the record to reflect that after last Monday's meeting, I received a temporary suspension. An investigation was conducted by CHS admin, and a punishment was handed down. Therefore, Any other efforts to levy consequences against me as student body president will be a clear sign of interference from the office of the superintendent in targeting a 17-year-old student. I would also like to state for the record that any effort to remove or relocate members of the CHS administration will be seen by the public as only a continuance of the hostility and fear-mongering tactics perpetuated by this superintendent. Lastly, I'd like to say, Mr. Superintendent, I know that you're coming after me, and I understand that very well. So I continue to encourage you to seek legal counsel. Hide behind your team of lawyers. If you don't feel that you have the intellectual capacity to combat me, I understand that. You are not going to get rid of me, and you're not going to get rid of the voice of the students. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next person is Grayson Castillo.
Mr. President, members of the board, and Mr. Superintendent, Mark Twain once said, "Don't let your boy's schooling interfere with his education." Now, he was alluding to the fact that real education comes from experience outside of the classroom. In my case, school is not what is in the way of my experience. My name is Grayson Castillo. I'm a sophomore at Centennial High School, an officer of our FFA chapter, and plan to hold office in our student government. In these offices, I plan to hold dearly the morals and values of my upbringings, where standing up for what you believe in is the right thing to do, where having a voice for people who don't is the right thing to do, and where making decisions is solely based on the simple understanding of right and wrong. Like me, my brother was held to the same standards, but in his office and in his doings, he was interfered with by LCPS administration. He has stood up and represented the students of Centennial High School very well in the past years. And at one point, a man by the name of Mike Montoya actually encouraged it. But this time it's different. And why is that? It's because it did not follow downtown administration's agenda. And because of this, I am fearful. I fear for the students of LCPS who seek a voice and are to be shut down and reprimanded because of it. I also fear for the staff of LCPS. On many occasions, teachers have been unethically and immorally moved for speaking upon an issue. Ronald Reagan once said, "You can tell a lot about a fellow's character by his way of eating jelly beans." Let me paint this picture for you. Every teacher, student, administrator, janitor, and secretary in LCPS is a jelly bean. And how you guys interact with them is the way you run the district. When you do not like the flavor or the color of a jelly bean, what happens? You either strip it of its title, move it to another pile, or get rid of it. And by this, I can clearly state the kind of people we are dealing with that are running our district. I have 2 more years in high school, and my little sister has 5 more years in the district. And I hope she is not reprimanded and punished for standing up for what she believes in. And she wasn't able to be here tonight. If she was, she would be speaking. But I'd like to tell her this. Brennan, I hope Dr. Ewing never gets in the way of your education and your opportunity like he did your older brother. Maybe that's how they did it in Atlanta, but not here in southern New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you. Mateo Garcia.
Mr. President, members of the board, and Superintendent Ewing. My name is Mateo Garcia, and I'm the freshman class president at Centennial High School. What is happening at Centennial is unacceptable. The district has decided that the voice of the Centennial student body doesn't matter. At the SAC meeting last Monday, the district walked out of the meeting when community members desired the opportunity to ask questions of our district leadership. I don't understand why the families from Columbia Elementary were allowed an official town hall with this district board, but for some reason, Centennial wasn't allowed the same opportunity. The decision being made here today will deeply affect my peers and the incoming classes for at least the next 2 years. I would remind the board and the superintendent that they serve at the will of the people of Las Cruces, and more of these people are beginning to take issue with the lack of transparency among the officials in this room. For example, district leadership promised 3 weeks ago to have a sit-down with the student leaders of Centennial to hear their concerns on the matter. However, district leaders didn't bother to show up to this meeting at all, demonstrating blatant apathy toward the students of Centennial. Centennial will move forward with this matter and adequately adjust to the tasks given us to be given us by the district leadership, because that is who we are as a school. That's how we do things, and we are problem solvers. We hope the board and the central office employees will try to be more transparent as things move forward. Thank you.
Cassie McClure.
Hello, my name is Cassie McClure. My daughter is Evelyn Aguirre McClure. We don't share the same last name because my husband, Jorge Aguirre Baez, is from Juarez and a native Spanish speaker. I've come before you to request more funding for dual language in Las Cruces Public Schools. Evelyn is a kindergartner at Loma Heights, where she started last summer with the K3+ in the dual language class. Over the extra 25 days, her previously shy confidence in Spanish grew, leading my suegra, my mother-in-law, to happily mention how Evelyn had been speaking to her much more willingly in Spanish, and that earned me daughter-in-law points. Raising a child bilingually is difficult, and I know that as a child who learned both English and German together, as someone who even needed ESL tutoring. I know that immersion is the key to success. However, when Evelyn started kindergarten, a few weeks in, she was pulled out of the dual language class because more native Spanish speakers had arrived, and they had a greater need to be fluent in English than my daughter needed to grow her Spanish skills. It was disappointing but completely understandable, as many of these kids have higher educational risk. But I asked, were there any other opportunities for my daughter? How about an after-school enrichment program via the volunteers from NMSU? A bit of funds for another Spanish language teacher, or even a tutor for the kids moved out of that class, and perhaps others in the district. I was offered the computer program Rosetta Stone by the school and district. And while I'm grateful for that, it's not the right choice for us. I'm a firm believer that when there is need, we should build that longer table. But if the need is greater, we may need more tables or even another kitchen for the melting pot that we have in Las Cruces. Especially if we aim to stimulate the economic development of a true borderplex, where one of our strengths would be 2 languages, and keep families and future generations here. What can we do to make sure that the need for students who are emblems of these 2 borders in one family have the strength of both sides? How much more competitive could New Mexico be if we truly embraced and supported a bilingual culture? I urge more consideration for increased funding for dual language programs at elementary schools, or even a magnet dual language elementary school. Thank you.
Thank you. David Gallegos.
Good afternoon. Mr. Superintendent and members of the board, I appreciate the time to speak to you guys a little bit. My name is David Gallegos. I'm the Deputy CEO of Southwest Sport and Spine and Physical Therapy and Balance Centers. I am on the Sports Medicine Advisory Committee for the New Mexico Activities Association, and on the Board of Directors for the National Athletic Trainers Association, which represents 50,000 athletic trainers around the country. I represent New Mexico, Arizona, Colorado, Utah, and Wyoming. So I come to you with that background only because I would like to explain to you an excellent opportunity that currently exists within Las Cruces that you are probably not aware of. 12 years ago, the Sports Medicine Advisory Committee rewrote the sports physical that's recommended for our student athletes that's 6th grade and above. At that time, myself and a physician, Dr. Torres, wrote a paper that was published in a journal that became our North Star of what the physical could look like if we did it appropriately. And the statistics that drove this were that the average student spends 11 minutes a year with their primary care physician, and that's unacceptable because our students are the age group that have the increasing risks unlike the other age groups. So 11 minutes a year was unacceptable to us. So we wrote that paper, and over the last 12 years, I, with the community, have organized what we call the Ultimate Sports Physical and Sports Health Expo. And so this year, this is on May 4th, and I wanted to bring it to your attention because I've never had the opportunity to get in front of you for this, but this is a collaborative effort of our community educators, so NMSU Cooperative Extension, UP, all the different DARE, all the different programs you could consider in Las Cruces that would address the needs of the adolescent athlete. And then it includes NMSU, UTEP, Mountain View, Memorial Medical Center, La Clinica, Ben Archer, all the groups get together and provide physicals for 200 kids once a year. Those physicals offer $5,000 worth of services because we have orthopedic surgeons, cardiologists, PTs, ATs, speech therapists, OTs, nurses, exercise physiologists, and community educators, all providing their services free of charge that one day. And as a result, we provide $1 million worth of services once a year for our community, completely free of charge. And I would argue, address all the current national and international standards for sports health care in Las Cruces, New Mexico. Our goal this year is to publish that so it can become a model for other cities and states to follow. I think it will be unique, and it's definitely unique in our region, but I think it will probably be unique in the country. And so I would like to share that with you. I have the flyer that explains it, and I have the North Star article that we wrote. The event costs $20, and that $20 is donated back to the charity of the choice of that student. We don't take any money for the event because under state law, if you're a medical provider and you do voluntary service, you are covered by the State Liability Act. And so we make sure that we donate all money back so all of our providers are willing and able to volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Pacheco.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Superintendent Ewing. Since there has been a lack of communication with the stakeholders in this district, the line between rumor and fact sometimes gets blurred. So I'm here to ask some questions that I would like the board to consider. I understand that a relative of Mr. Jaramillo, who is a teacher at Columbia, is suing the district. Has Mr. Jaramillo disclosed this information to the public? Did Mr. Jaramillo recuse himself from all discussions as they pertain to the demolition of Columbia and from the vote itself, as it seems that this would be an obvious conflict of interest? I also understand that there's an engineer report stating that Columbia does not need to be demolished and can simply be remodeled. Is this report available online for the public to review? At the town hall meeting, Mr. Jaramillo was adamant against remodeling Columbia if the contractor could not guarantee 100% that the mold would not return. Is that why Columbia is being demolished? Because there are no 100% guarantees with the new construction either. Where is the money coming from to rebuild Columbia? I know that the state is on hook for 2/3 of it, but we still have to come up with the difference. The bond only allocated $4 million, I believe, for the repairs to Columbia. So where is the difference being made up from? Did the district hit the lotto that I am not aware of? 1 year ago, this administration promised a bond oversight committee that would monitor the appropriate use of all bond funds. Where is that committee? Who is on it? And when is the next meeting? In light of the questions presented to this board today, I'm requesting that the board have another vote on this matter at a later date where input from all affected communities, Columbia, Centennial, and Vista, can be heard. What is happening to this district? It saddens me. The punitive culture that has been established these last 2 years is heartbreaking. Our educators have lost their voice in this administration, and I ask you, the school board members, what do you have to say about that? Do you care? Look around. Look around for yourselves. Don't you see what's happening? Can't you feel the atmosphere that fills our schools and our teachers with dread? It is shameful, and dare I say, shame on you for allowing it to get this far. But I do not hold you solely responsible. I hold myself and all of our community responsible for not speaking up and speaking out. Shame on me. I will not go silent any longer. I will say what needs to be said for all those teachers who cannot speak their mind or their opinion because they don't want to be fired or moved to another school for just voicing an opinion that differs from leadership. The change needs to start somewhere. I ask you today, will it be with you?
Thank you. Erica Molcock.
Good afternoon. My name is Erica Molcock, and I come here as the parent of 3 students at Mayfield, East Picacho, and Picacho Middle School. I'm also a former board member of the LCPS Foundation Board. I address you today because I'm concerned with the treatment of young leaders within our district. In the case of Cameron Castillo, you are presented here with an exceptional young leader, an excellent student, a Hispanic National Merit Scholar, and a student leader. At 17 years old, this young man has already positively impacted his school, his community, and our state. This is exactly the type of student that we want to produce in this district. This is the type of student that's going to make a difference for us in the future, in our community, in our county, and our state. As a parent and a concerned citizen, I am extremely concerned with the actions that this administration has taken to intimidate this young man, bully him, and blackball him. It's unacceptable. As members of our school board and our administration, you must understand and take seriously that the future of our community depends on the development and support of leaders just like this, just like Max and just like Cameron. Student leaders within our school system, whether it be through student government, FFA, HOSA, a plethora of other organizations, must be encouraged to voice their opinions, whether it aligns with the views of the administration of this public school system. Period. End of story. These students should always be treated with honesty, transparency, and above all, they should be treated with respect. If you would just work with these bright young minds and not against them, I promise you that they could help you develop solutions to these very difficult situations that are facing our district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Paul Rydecki.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Rydecki. I'm speaking as a Centennial parent today. I do want to speak against what I believe to be a horribly wasteful spending decision that you made to spend an extra $23 million to build the new facility for Columbia Elementary over and above the $12 million that it would cost to simply renovate the current facility. I do want to speak against the plan to keep the Columbia students on the campus of Centennial. And as a parent there, I'm appalled by the lack of consulting that you've done with any of the parents, any of us parents at Centennial, on the impact that this will have on our students, especially given the fact that now the campus will be at full capacity, but of a student population for whom 20% of whom that campus was not designed for. So it wasn't designed to fill 2,000 students of 2 different kinds of student populations. But even more importantly today, I do want to address what's been going on here in this district with Cameron and with others. Over a dozen years, I've gotten to know dozens of teachers in this school district for whom I have the utmost respect, and I trust them too. I trust them when I hear story after story, time and time again, from teacher after teacher, of the fear they have for their jobs of getting on the wrong side of Superintendent Ewing and his office. They are afraid because they've seen example after example of what they consider to be retaliatory acts and strong-arm tactics. They are fully expecting any teacher or principal or even secretary to be escorted off campus if they fall on Superintendent Ewing's bad side. or at best shuffled around from school to school until they can't take it anymore. They're afraid for their jobs, they're afraid for their health care, they're afraid for their family's health care, and so they choose mostly to fly under the radar and not say anything if they happen to disagree. As a school board, what are you going to do about this climate of fear that is growing in our district? If that weren't bad enough, what will you do if it is found out that the superintendent's office put any pressure on Centennial staff to oust one of Centennial's own students from its own student council, from its own student government? What will you do? Cameron has done nothing wrong here. All Cameron has done is to show that he is not a simple yes man for the superintendent, and apparently that has been enough to paint a target on his back. That should frighten all of us. So what will you do? We are not willing to live with this situation where the superintendent's office is taking names of dissenters and where they are seeking to silence voices. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Washam?
Carla?
Or is it Carla?
Carla?
Charlotte. Okay. Madeline? Clay Shuttle.
Not an easy win.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm Madeline Clay Schulten. I'm here to address the school board. Thank you for hearing us, for the President Frank and Superintendent. I just have a few quick questions. I have not really prepared anything to say to you. However, as a past educator, I know that these populations, these student populations of elementary and high school do not mix. I am very, very concerned about students that would be going there on both of these populations. I am afraid that this school board is opening themselves up to lawsuits, which could happen. They're putting both of these populations at high risk. I was wondering, are there not any elementary schools available where the population of Columbia could be divided? Perhaps a couple of grades at each school. I understand that Columbia does not want to be divided because it will cause an uproar in their school community. However, this plan of having both of these together at Centennial not only has put Columbia at a disadvantage, it also has put Centennial at a disadvantage, so you have an uproar of two different school populations. I would like to have some kind of study done to see if that could not be a valid solution for this need for these elementary school kids. My other concern is how officers at Centennial have been treated. It has been a problem for the past decades that we, the taxpayers, pay to educate the youth of this community. But the best and the brightest leave our state. They go seek employment elsewhere. And I just want to point out to this board that when treatment of these kids happens like this, it's unethical, and all you are doing is you're promoting them to leave the state. That's exactly what you're doing. If this is the way things operate here, they don't want to be a part of it. And then if they're bright enough, and they don't have to be a part of it. So I just want you to consider that also, what you're doing to the future generations here of the people that we do need to stay in this community. My question to you is, do these officers not have freedom of speech like the rest of us? Why are they not able to speak their mind without having some kind of punitive action taken against them? Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President, school board members, Mr. Superintendent. My name is Cheryl Rodriguez, and I am a parent of a student that attends Centennial High School. I've been very dismayed the past few weeks on the lack of public transparency and the lack of public discourse of what's taking place on keeping Columbia Elementary at Centennial for the long term. And I'm going to use the word long term because I do think anywhere between 18 to 24 months or 24 to 36 months is going to be a long-term impact at Centennial High School. I understand the urgency in the health and safety and welfare of the students and the faculty at Columbia Elementary School back in August when they needed to be relocated to a new facility. That is understood. However, the parents at Centennial High School at that time understood that to be a short-term solution for this school year only. I went through some of the public record, and I'm not seeing the level of transparency where decisions were made to keep Columbia Elementary at Centennial High School. We're talking about retrofitting Centennial High School to accommodate a student population that really should not, as the previous speaker said, it's not a healthy environment to be housed there with high school students. So my question to the school board is, you're using taxpayer dollars not only to build a new school for Columbia Elementary because of poor facility maintenance that the district has had over the past decade because of Columbia Elementary, but you're also expending taxpayer dollars to retrofit the Centennial High School for the short term. So my question to you, nothing has been sent in public about the cost to that. What is the cost to retrofit Centennial High School? And then my next question is when the student population of Columbia Elementary leaves Centennial in 2 to 3 years, is there a financial commitment by this school district to re-retrofit Centennial High School back to a high school campus to where it can accommodate, if it needs to, 2,000 high school students in the future? The problem with this school district is overall, there's been poor facility maintenance planning that affects every single building and facility in this district. And right now, Columbia and Centennial have to pay the price. We talked about the level of compromise the two administrators said earlier. So where is the level of compromise for Centennial High School? Right now, Centennial High School has poor facility maintenance going on there. There's soccer fields that the student high school teams cannot use. I don't see the urgency for this district to expend money currently to make your facilities better. But by golly, we've got money to retrofit Centennial High School to accommodate an elementary school. I think right now we need to take a step back, look at the transparency of this issue, and find some other win-win options for both facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Harry Bruder? Guess I got it close enough. What's the last one?
Bruder. Good afternoon, members of the board, President Frank and Superintendent Ewing. I am here representing School Advisory Council as well as the DAC representative appointed by Centennial High School. And I just wanted to clarify for the record that the SAC platform is to support the faculty and two-way communication between the parent population. The current consistent feeling is we are aligned with the student body and a little unclearness of the ambiguity of a final determination of cohabitation or if it's still being discussed. But I did want to clarify that never ever was it publicly communicated that the School Advisory Council was to be a town hall and a platform for a question discussion. It just simply doesn't have the structure to support that. However, some progress was made during that meeting, and SAC was able to compile many written documented responses from our community, parents, and faculty representing their objections to the perceived permanent directive for cohabitation. Those have been presented for the record by Mr. Montoya. There were some letters in there as well. And I just wanted to ask that in matters of public policy, that the integrity of the school board processes be kept in that, as our previous speaker said, I took time as well to review the processes and policies, and I seem to see that there's a structure in which we follow for policy making, which is discussion, motion, voting, and action item detail. And I just was not able to find any of that. Whatever the outcome is, however, I'm in support of our two administrators from Columbia Elementary as well as Centennial, in that we just need to get past this, look at the lessons learned, and come together again as a community. We're kind of at a civil war, and it should not be that way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to encourage the board to make comments if they choose to. And I know I have some comments to make, and I will start anywhere anybody wants to begin.
I guess I'll go ahead and start.
Thank you.
I just want to make a statement, and I haven't really fleshed this out yet, and I may need to make another one, but I'm the one who fought for Student Advisory Council. And I am here to say you are still speaking. We're still hearing your voices, and you are still here. I don't see that there was any retaliation. There may have been an investigation, but that is all I know. We are not afraid to hear your voices. We are not. And I am looking right at you, Cameron, and I mean it. You know that. I don't think I've ever lied to you. So I have been respectful of your voice, and I expect you to be respectful of my voice too. You know, I've been on the school board now for 11 years, and it took me 7 years to get student representation, maybe more. And I fought for this, and I'm not sorry at all. I don't apologize for it, and I value what you all have to say, whether I agree with you or not. Now, I feel that Dr. Ewing was the one brave individual that stood up and said, we cannot keep children in mold. Now, that was not an easy decision for anybody. And we may not have the best solution, but it's the best solution that we came up with. And we've been talking about this for 6 months. You've heard us. We've asked for student input. We didn't know we had to go all to Centennial also to ask, but you were accommodating. You were accommodating. You opened the doors for us. And if it were a hurricane, an earthquake, or a tornado, would you not open the door for these students? I know it's not perfect. It's far from perfect. But we can make it work. I ask for your support in making it work. I know it's hard, but your educations will not be ruined. We will not let your education be ruined. And I look at you with sincerity in my heart. I do. So this is just my heart reaching out to you as students, as teachers, as parents. Know that we value your child's education. Know that we value your student success. That is what we're here for, nothing else. And know that I speak from the heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? It's pretty hard to top that. But, you know, I'm a little irritated when I hear that school board members walked out of that meeting last night. That is not true. Only one school board member walked out of that meeting last night, and that was me. And I came to that meeting for one purpose, and that was to hear the concerns and answer the questions that would be presented. The president of the SAC outlined a process where we would get input from every single person who attended that meeting by breaking up into small groups. I thought that was a wonderful way to get the information that I really, really wanted. But the meeting became chaotic, and students usurped the authority of the president of the SAC. And when that happened, I left. And I'm not going to apologize for that action. I will say I sit here and I am still concerned about the concerns of the Centennial community and the Columbia community, and I will never stop responding to those concerns. That's what tonight is all about. So I just want that to be clear. You know, I am in this because I care about the education of the students in both of the schools. And all of the people that have spoken tonight, not one person has really communicated that the education of these students has really been negatively affected. I know it's inconvenient. And I know maybe it's a little crowded, and we are going to have to spend a little money. But we're also saving money by Columbia not having expenses right now. I mean, and we will provide a financial breakdown of what it's going to cost and what we're going to save by not having Columbia for a couple years. So that's all I have to say. Thank you. Mr. Castro.
Mr. President, in my view, the issues are extremely difficult, and the sacrifices that are called for, I think, are very, of course, justified. But I also have trust in the leadership. I have trust in the decisions that were made. We had a chance to see almost all sides of the issue, and I think so far, I'm very confident that we're doing the right thing. And again, I radiate our leadership. I trust them. They've proven this to us over and over again. I'm sorry that some people felt offended. We have been, contrary to what is being said, we have been transparent. I believe we have been transparent, and we continue to be transparent. And again, how many kids were damaged or hurt in Columbia or Centennial for the arrangement that they have now? I don't think so.
You won't know until 20 years down the road.
But I'd like to see that. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Jaramillo.
I'll be brief, President Frank. I just want to say I'm a strong believer in communication, and if anybody's ever heard me say I talk about communication and the value of relationships any chance I get. And so I'll never think that we communicated enough. There's always more. We always could have done more. And looking back, you know, we will get better at this as a board, as an administration, all that sort of stuff. So I always think that we could have done, we could have communicated better. That's in my heart. You know, the other thing is that I've signed up. You know, I knew what I was getting into when I took this position. I knew that I wanted to make a difference and bring a perspective to support children, whether they be in elementary school, middle school, or high school, and to be able to establish policies that do that. With that comes a lot of other stuff that I didn't realize, and both positive and negative stuff. I hear you, and you know, I'm not up here just to hear positive stuff. I need to hear the other stuff, and I give you my word. If anyone's going to go look at another side, it will be me, and I know my colleagues will do that as well. But I can only speak for myself. I will go out into the community. I've done several things that have been controversial, and I don't go to the people that agree with me. That's easy. I go to the people that don't agree with me. And I give you my word, and I ran on that I would be there. I am not one way or another. My job is to offer other perspectives. And if you would look back on our record, I have offered other perspectives, and I've gotten wonderful answers. I've asked those questions. I asked about moving children to other elementary schools. All those questions that were given here, they've been answered. We've had a communication with that. I have asked those questions. I've also heard, I don't know where Mrs. Valdez is. Is she still here? Ms. Valdez? I was not in support of keeping Columbia necessarily, but I heard her. I heard Mrs. Valdez. I went out and talked to people. Columbia is special. I knew that beforehand, but I really knew it when I went and talked to the people that disagreed with me. I am not afraid to talk to the people that disagree with me. And I give you my word that that's exactly what I would do each and every time on every decision. Ms. Valdez and her group and parents from that community, I spent a lot of time thinking about what you guys said. I researched what you guys have said. And there was a lot of communication. So could we have done better? Absolutely. Absolutely. We are in a tough situation with both schools. My children go to school at Centennial High School. I have to put on two different hats. And at home, I'm dad. And on the dais, I'm board member Jaramillo representing District 1. I separate those two things all the time. I treat my children and I talk to them about how to advocate. I talk to them about when to advocate and the difference between reaction and being proactive and being reactive. I talk to them a lot about that. That's my dad hat. But as a school board, I also talked to them, when they came to me as a school board member, I also talked to them as a school board member. So it's hard sometimes for me, and I get it. I get it. And I appreciate the people that have come up here and talked. I will continue to ask questions. I will continue to hold people accountable for the things that you guys have asked for, including budgets. Superintendent Ewing knows that I will ask those questions. We will come forward with that stuff. I want to know. I want those things. But we made this decision, a month and a half ago. It took 6 months. It took 6 months for this stuff to come going. Now, the other question I want to ask, and I think that it's important because I asked this question before, Dr. Ewing, who is doing the plumbing?
So, Mr. Jaquez and is Bobby back there, would you explain that we do have
I think this is an important thing for
on staff? Would you explain that we do have plumbers and electricians on staff here in the district? Our goal is to utilize those individuals first. It's a simple matter of drilling a hole, lowering the urinal, plugging in the top hole, and then 2 years later, doing the reverse. Can you address that a little bit?
Yes, sir, Mr. President, Mr. Superintendent, Mr. Jaramillo. So we have in-house plumbers, we have in-house folks that do construction. So right now what we're doing is we're just kind of looking, we're just doing a basic assessment to do that, and we will provide cost estimates, we will provide impact, we'll provide timelines to you as we move forward in this project. So there is, we will definitely do that.
And I think it was an important thing to let the public know that hadn't been said yet tonight, because I think that people are thinking that we're going to spend millions of dollars to I think that word retrofit scares people. When we retrofit our house, it's very expensive, and but really what we're doing is moving something down that's already there, water that's already there, urinals that are already there, moving them down a little bit just to make sure that, and using our people in the Las Cruces public school system. So I just want that to be on record because I think it was important, because I already asked that question. And I understand the concern that you may have in that, and we will get that to you. If I said we're going to get it, we're going to get it to you. So I appreciate everyone being here today. The last thing I want to say is that this meeting was scheduled many months in advance. One of the things that I heard was that we scheduled this meeting at 2:00, so that way we didn't have to hear from the public. That is not true. This meeting was set back many months ago. I don't know exactly, but it wasn't. That is not what we do. And I encourage you not to be here just for this meeting, but come to our other meetings. And I encourage you to come and be a part of the decision-making. And I encourage Cameron, Max, to continue to do what you guys are doing. You're not only a voice at Centennial, but you're a voice in the district. So I hope that this doesn't stop you or deter you from doing what you guys do. We have young students that look up to you. I think you have something to offer, and as you guys go off as seniors, that you pass on the torch to Mr. Mateo as he's coming up as a young freshman and a sophomore, and then you guys in turn pass that down again, because this will never stop. We want you up here. We want your voice, and as Senora Flores said, we value that, and that's not going to change. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well said. And I want to thank all of the people that spoke during public comment. Thank you. We listened to you intently, and we care about your opinions. And with that being said, we're going to move over to the superintendent's report.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, members of the board, and to the members of our audience.
Maybe we should hold off while people move.
We should have thanked them.
Oh, yeah. I think they're not happy leaving.
No, I know.
Okay, I got it.
Okay?
Yes, sir. So thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, members of the board, and to the members of our audience. Mr. President, with permission, I would like to recognize 3 employees this evening. We're beginning our transition plans for the summer, and as most of you know, we've talked about this. I promise we will have a celebration for Glenda in our June meeting, but Glenda Rodriguez, with 40 years of service to the district, has announced her retirement. There is no replacing that type of service and knowledge. But what we are going to do, Mr. President, is I have announced that Mr. Michael Montoya, who is the Assistant Superintendent of High Schools and Operations, will now become the Assistant Superintendent of Special Student Services and Leadership. And then I am also pleased to announce that Ms. Donna Bush, a former employee of the district, is being named as the Executive Director of Special Student Services. Linda, we're replacing you with 2 people, only using 1 in the budget, Mr. Ellison. And then, Mr. President, we are announcing tonight Dr. Roberto Lozano is adding continuing to add to our translation interpretation services. If you remember, we added international welcome centers to the high schools. The goal is to continue in the middle schools. And so Nubia Tarazona, is Nubia here? So Nubia will become the Director of Translation, Interpretation, and Community Outreach, reporting to Dr. Lozano. And we're very happy and excited to have Nubia and her native language skills in Spanish. With Nubia's departure from East Picacho Elementary School, we will be posting that position and following the normal protocols. And so now, Mr. President, with permission, could I ask those 3 individuals to come forward and shake the hands of the executive cabinet and the board members?
Oh, shoot. We may not want to.
Welcome, we're very proud. What's your best? I know, what's coming?
I know.
Yes, congratulations.
We're lucky to have you here with us.
Congratulations. I look forward to it. Congratulations.
Congratulations on your new role.
Congratulations again.
Hey, we're lucky to have you back.
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you. What does this mean?
This means that I think I'm good. I was actually, thank you for the support.
Oh, good. Okay.
But you know what? It's the same.
I know.
Oh, what you could have missed.
And now, Mr. President, with permission, President Valdespino, first, can I say thank you for joining us this evening? I saw her in the hallway and said, I'm missing you in the board meetings, and I need you here. So we have you here for representing CSEC. Would you like to give a report, President Valdespino? Please come forward.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes, Mr. President, members of the board, and Superintendent Ewing. First of all, it's nice to see you all again, and I hope everybody's been doing well. I'd like to my first remark is that I was pleased at the decision of Director Gallegos and the support of the New Mexico Labor Board that in January, they determined that the information technology employees were not confidential employees. If you all had come to me, I would have told you so. Anyway, what's done is done. So shortly after that, I invited 2 of the employees to join the collective bargaining team. Mr. Andres Chavira, who I have appointed as the Vice President of Information Technology, and I also included Mr. Charles Cotton to be on the bargaining team as well. So on March 7th, after 10 months of negotiations, which we negotiated the entire CSEC, Las Cruces, and LCPS agreement, and if you notice, I said LCPS agreement. The reason being I said that it's because if you look at the front page of our collective bargaining agreement, we negotiate jointly with the school board, and they are represented by whoever Dr. Ewing decides will be representing the board. So, and in my conversations with Deputy Superintendent Hawkes, I have told him that I think we need to work on the impression that this agreement is not the union agreement. It is an agreement between the school board and CSEC Las Cruces. I am hearing from various administrators at your meetings with them that you are talking about that, and that it seems that the administrators are beginning to think along that mindset, and I am very pleased with that, so thank you. I'm sorry, I'm used to calling him Gabe. Deputy Superintendent Hawkes. So going back, so we completed 10 months of negotiations. We took every article, almost every line, and we went through it bit by bit. And after 10 months, I think the end result is an agreement that is in the best interest of all. Now, there is a stance out there among educational employee unions that we bargain in the best interest of children. Not just the employees, not just the administration, but children. Why is that? Because the end result of a collective bargaining, as far as being the terms and conditions of employees, those terms and conditions impact children and their education. So that is why we bargain. We also say that we bargain for children. A new concept, but if you stop to think about it, a concept very well, very, very well indeed. So next steps are to type out the agreement, which Susan Kober, who is my executive secretary, has been doing so. And also, after she's done with that, she's going to get together with Ms. Connie Stewart, Administrative Assistant of Deputy Superintendent Hawkes, and together they will review that. Then after that, we will write a summary jointly to present to the board and also to the members of CSEC for ratification. More than likely, we won't do this till probably late April or at the beginning of May for the ratification, because the process will take a long time to do, but I think it will be a good result at the end. So saying that, then we will start negotiation wages for fiscal year 1920. So I am pleased that we have an administration at the state level that sees the necessity of compensating educational employees. First and foremost, teachers, because sometimes I look at their salary schedules and I'm appalled of people who have the lives of children in their hands, that they're being paid what they're being paid. And I thoroughly support that teachers should be paid as they will deserved. As likewise, ancillary staff. I think ancillary staff sometimes are many times left out, and they're not recognized at the work that they do behind the scenes. Going to classified staff, well, you know how I feel about classified staff. And I've been telling you that classified staff in this state are public servants as well. But they are the working poor. And that is shameful. That is shameful that has been the case for many, many years past. But it seems now that we're at a point that it's a beginning, but we have a lot to catch up on, a lot. It's shameful that that I call them the working poor, but that's who they are. They are the working poor. When you have employees that have to work 2 to 3 jobs, classified employees, I'm specifically saying, that to support their families or to provide the little extras, that is not right. When I hear employees telling me, classified employees, that they have to decide to go to the doctor or to buy groceries, they choose to buy groceries. When I hear employees, when I heard a food service worker tell me, and I think I shared the story with you before, by the last part of the weeks before getting paid, she has to go give plasma. Those are stories, real stories that are happening here. So I look forward to our negotiations. And again, we have a conversation with Deputy Superintendent Hawkes, and we have a kind of like a difference of what the law says, but we're going to get to the bottom of this, so we know what we're going to say. So going back to the teams, I had recommended to Mr. I'm going to call you Gabe. Yeah, my throat's getting dry.
No, I'm glad you are. You've promoted him twice tonight already, so.
Sorry. I had recommended to Gabe last year that to bring in principals and assistant principals because they work very closely with classified staff. And he took my recommendation. But I was amazed at who he picked. I'm going to call them rookies because this was their first time negotiating. But let me tell you, by the time they were done, they were very well on their way to becoming good bargainers. So I was just thrilled, first of all, that he followed that decision. My recommendation, and he made the decision. And he picked a very diverse team, a principal from middle school, Ms. Sherry Love, elementary, Miss Lisa Dominguez from Vista, and Ms. Debbie Treviso, assistant principal at, oh, thank you. Thank you. From Oñate. And so after 10 months, we got to know each other very well. I think we felt very comfortable. And I love Dr. Lozano because I'm always teasing him. Yeah. I would tell him, don't overthink this, Lozano, Mr. Lozano. This is the way it is, or Dr. Lozano. But anyway, and it was such a great team. And then, of course, we had Ms. Alice Chavez Villa, who is a great researcher, and she brought her expertise to the table. Of course, what can I say about my team? My team is fabulous, with great passion, with great dedication, looking at the best interest of all concerned. So with that, those are my remarks, and you all have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Irma, if you wouldn't mind, when you get ready to do the salary negotiations, do the exercise with them that you did with me, where we looked at a paycheck of a custodian. Do you remember the day we did that in my office?
Yes, sir.
And it's the only time I've cried since I've been in the district. So I want you guys to have that same experience. And I just want to say publicly, thank you for the last 10 months of negotiating. And I know they've been excited. They've gotten out of some meetings in our office. I hope they've been with you, because that's what they tell us.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for the work. Thank you so much.
Oh, and one more thing, and Connie Stewart, she's fabulous. She is fabulous, and I just wanted to add that as well. I hope I haven't forgotten anybody else, and of course, Gabe and I go way back when he was a principal, and it's a pleasure working with you, Gabe.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Superintendent, can I just say something about Ms. Valdespino?
Yes, sir.
That maybe not everybody in the audience knows this, and I don't remember the year, but Ms. Valdespino was recognized as the National Professional Support Person of the Year. And I mean, think about how amazing that award is. It's difficult to become the state winner of that award, but to win it nationally, amazing. And coincidentally, when she received that award, I was in the audience there too. What year was that?
2001.
Wow. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, people may not know that, and it just can't be overemphasized how prestigious that award is. And it's we see it all the time here by your passionate leadership of the classified staff. And we have certainly appreciate it. Thank you.
And now, Mr. President, my apologies to
Mr. Superintendent, just
Oh, sorry.
one little interjection.
A point of privilege. I just want to say that to Ms. Valdespino, I missed you, and I really enjoy you speaking, and you're passionate on the desk there, and your voice, and it's nice for you to be back. I'm glad that you're here today.
Okay, now we will turn it back.
Yes, sir. So let me apologize. I saw President Valdespino and got so excited I went out of order, but NEA, please forgive me. And I think, are we doing President-elect? Okay, and are we? Mary, are we allowed to announce the President-elect yet? Oh, okay. Well, let us.
You're taking my job.
I apologize.
Good afternoon.
So President Sheehan, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board, Superintendent Ewing. So just a few announcements, updates. I'm really, really happy that bargaining is going very well. I hear from both sides that we're making very positive progress, and I believe we just started in January. So this year we are bargaining the entire agreement. So the progress that is being made, I think, is awesome. I'd also like to announce again that our EL3 symposium was a huge success. Thank you, Senora Flores, for going to the dinner. And because of that, at the request of Dr. Lozano and Dr. Wendy, we're looking at combining our resources to provide a similar experience in June for our educators. So we're looking forward to that happening, hopefully. I also just want to thank the HR team. I think our communication is really, really improved, and we're just working very well. So thank you for all that you guys do and working with me, because I'm learning. So NE Las Cruces is also in the middle of local elections. The ballots went out last Friday, and we're closing them on Friday. So this Friday before spring break. I'm really excited to see the diversity in the members that put their name on the ballot, and it's going to be really exciting to see who wins. And just so you know, I am running unopposed for president, so you're stuck with me for 2 more years. Yay! And so that's all I've got as far as announcements for myself. I stand for questions before I make another announcement. We good? Okay. So I would like to acknowledge and congratulate Mary Par Sanchez, who was elected for NEA New Mexico president. She will begin her term July 15th. So, and I'd like to have her say something.
Yes. Mary.
Thank you. So I'm going to let her address you.
Wow. I'm not worthy. Please take your seats. Mr. President, members of the board, Superintendent Ewing, my colleagues, I am honored to have been elected to represent the education employees and really, like Ms. Arba had talked about, students in the state of New Mexico. And I've been troubled about things that have been happening with students in New Mexico for a little bit now. And I'm troubled also mostly for what happened, not so much just in the boardroom, but I'm worried about the message that we're sending to the kids at Columbia, because we are a family in Las Cruces Public Schools. And sometimes in families, we have to make sacrifices. And I remember when, the district sacrificed for the $110 million palace that we built for Centennial, and good for them, but there are members in our family that are hurting, and that's those 400 kids at Columbia. And I'll say it again, families sometimes have to make sacrifices, and we do it because it's the right thing to do. So that's all I have to say, but thank you very much, and appreciate all of you.
Thank you. Yes.
Congratulations, Mary, and Denise, congratulations on the unopposed. We look forward to working with both of you guys.
Can I say
And
something?
to Ms. Emma, of course.
Yes. Yes, okay. Before we move on to the
Sure,
next
yes.
item, Vice President Alma would like to interject.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to congratulate Mary Par Sanchez. I know that she has worked tirelessly for many, many years, and I know I know she's going to do great as president, and we're looking forward to that. And thank you for your comment on the Columbia situation. Unfortunately, everybody has left, and unfortunately, this is the part that the news will not report, because we as a district are a family, and we need to embrace all of our children. And I see this situation as an opportunity, a great opportunity for high schoolers and little ones to come together, and for high schoolers to model little ones, and little ones to look at high schoolers, and what a wonderful situation that could be. And instead, I see it as a selfish situation. So I'm saddened that everyone has left. and that this will not make it to the news. But we've received letters from parents that support the decision that we have made, and they realize what really happened. So thank you for bringing that up, and congratulations again.
Yes, greatly appreciated. Again, we're going to turn it back to you, Mr. Superintendent.
Yes, sir. And so now, Mr. President, I'm pleased to call forward one of our award-winning principals here. As we were looking at student magnet programs, we noticed that we had more students applying for the science magnet at, help me, Sierra than we had spaces available. And so, being good stewards of children, we asked, is there a possibility we could do something with those other kids that were not being accepted into that program? And so Dr. Wendy and I began talking, and she reached out to our principal at Mesa Middle School. I'm losing the schools here. And Mr. Rodriguez immediately agreed to do something in his school for kids. And so what we thought before we do any more with this is we would just like for Mr. Rodriguez to explain to the board what we've talked to him about, what he's thinking of doing for a program in his building, and then certainly I solicit, this is not an action item, but I solicit comments from the board after the presentation. And so, Mr. Rodriguez from Mesa Middle School, would you please come forward?
Absolutely. It's almost evening time, but either way, good evening, Mr. Board President, Mr. Franks, Madam Vice President, Superintendent Rounds, members of the board. Great opportunities. Again, hearing student voices, superintendent reaching out to Dr. Wendy, reaching out to me, and knowing me, I'm all about students, and providing an opportunity for them is something that's great. Something that's passionate about myself. STEM, I was a math teacher, always will be a math teacher, never forget where I came from. Even as a principal, you never forget where you came from and why you're there. So great opportunity. Currently there's 60 to 70 students which were left off of not just the science magnet, I also had Ms. Hofackett reach out to the media students as well, as far as being part of this program. So she made tons of phone calls. We had a parent night. People came out. We had about 25 parents that came out. We also invited about 20 of our students from our feeder schools from Monte Vista and also from Sunrise. So we had about 25 come out. Currently, right now, we're sitting about 20 students. I made individual phone calls to those parents who didn't come out for the media night, who are on the waiting list as well. We've had some parents sign up. They're coming in. And what we told them is, really, you're on the waiting list. You have an automatic in for this year. Next year we'll move to more of the lottery system again that they have for the media, for the science and the different programs. But right now, you have that opportunity. So working with Dr. Wendy, working with Sean, transportation too will be provided for those students who live outside of our district and wanting to come to the STEM program. So working with my science teachers who automatically jump to it as well. Our school has the benefit of being a Title I school, but also being the newest middle school in town. Currently, we sit about 675 students, but with all the growth, we all know where the growth is going in our city is to our district. But with that, for next year, our numbers are looking at about 720 students. And then my estimation with the growth, we'll be close to 1,000 within 5 to 6 years, just with all the growth that's out there. So, which is an amazing opportunity. But with that, every single one of our classrooms, all of my core teachers have a cart of 30 computers in their classrooms. We are really the school that is really fit well to provide STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. So we've come up with a mission statement. Mesa STEM Academy mission statement is to provide students a rigorous interdisciplinary learning environment focused on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, while also focusing on vocational real-world skills to foster a joy of discovery and to promote a collaborative culture of ethical and innovative problem solving so our students can succeed in the 21st century in a career as leaders and innovators. And really, it's that opportunity. It's not just the science, technology, engineering, but also that vocational tech skills that we lack sometimes in teaching our students those types of skills. Some of the partners that we will have with this program are going to be NASA. My wife is an engineer for NASA. She works out there, and I've talked with her on providing some different kinds of partnerships that we can have, having technical people, but also engineers come to talk with our students, providing opportunities where we can go and take field trips to those places to see White Sands test facilities. They do a lot of things that support the International Space Station, multiple of things that of opportunities that we have here in our own area. Also, the same week that Superintendent and Dr. Wendy approached me, I was reached out by Dr. Rodriguez from NMSU, and it is with the Sustainable Bioeconomy for Arid Regions. It's a $21 million grant that they have received to look for sustainable economic ways of the desert areas, basically. And so she came with little ideas of, I like to do this in this classroom, this, and I told her, let's think bigger. I have a lot of land. And so we're really looking at focusing how to build bigger areas. We just installed a garden through La Semilla, who will be another partner. We built a garden. I was out there working. We built low incident students, really taking away and really doing some stuff. So La Semilla will be another one. It'll also be the Chihuahuan Desert Nature Park, which is right down the road from us. There's a lot of different things and a lot of opportunities for our students to really connect to those different things. We've created 5 pillars of instruction for our MESA STEM Academy: science, mathematics, research and design, communication, and computer programming. So with that, with some magnet programs, pretty much when you're in a magnet, you're in that magnet. With our program, as to why I'm calling it more of an academy, is that I don't like to pigeonhole kids into one specific thing. And I'm not speaking bad about anything, but what I want is students to have opportunities. I really feel that middle school is a time for them to explore and really find out what they like to do. So what the opportunities that we'll have is we're going to have computer science, computer programming, vocational tech and engineering, robotics, and science and Olympiad will be 3 of the course selections that they can choose from during their time as a 6th grader, 7th grader, and 8th grader. With that, right now, I've spent probably $30,000 over the last 3 years to increase our current vocational lab that we have in a science room right now. It's pretty packed in there, so I'm thinking in the future, I mean, and I know some of you guys have gone out to see it, but if you ever have a chance to go out and check it out, but I really feel that with this program, we're going to grow. And I know I've talked with Dr. Sanchez previously before as far as the possibility of building a vocational tech lab, you know, that could have automotive, that we can expand not just at Mayfield, because I was at Mayfield, I understand their automotive program, but if we can start them earlier and kind of get them on those pathways of doing those different things. So welding, we have virtual welders, different items like that we already have in place at our school. So it's just a great opportunity for us. So I think, again, Superintendent and Dr. Wendy for the opportunity, and we're going to make it happen this year. So questions?
Sounds great. Any questions, board?
No questions.
And just for the board to know, we will bring this as a formal action item because it does impact the budget. Mr. Ellison, I think we forgot to include you in that conversation. But we will bring that as a formal action item and ask the board for formal approval. But we did want to give you a heads up as we're talking to students and parents now. We're very proud of the idea, and I certainly want to thank you for taking the initiative and being willing to do more for students. And so
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
You can't spend too much money on math, you know.
Right?
Okay, there we go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
That's cool. Thank you.
And Mr. President, I'm going to conclude my superintendent's report. I do want to, Dr. Sanchez is always reminding me that we should be grateful and thankful for our retired educators. And I see my friend Mary Garcia is in the audience tonight, and I always beg her to come to these meetings and give me moral support. So as a retired teacher, thank you for coming on one of my better nights. Welcome. And now, Mr. President, I turn the agenda over to you and the student advisor.
Okay, and very briefly to me, because it's going to go right to the student advisor.
Yes, sir.
Chris, okay?
So, hello. So, for Mayfield, the MPACT will be traveling to El Paso this Saturday, the 23rd of March, for their marching, percussion, and color guard competition. Last Saturday, they had placed first at their competition and brought home a trophy for their marching, percussion, and color guard group. So at Centennial, there will be a barbecue school cleanup this Wednesday at the 20th of March for the student body. This will be put on by SOAR Council, which is a build-up of a bunch of ambassadors from the different clubs. It's a representative from each of the clubs that come together. So there will be food, activities. They will have their Powerpuff game and a spring fling assembly too. In Cruces, the boys swimming team had placed first. The girls swimming team had placed second. Cheer had placed first in 4 of their competitions and are going to state next week. The golf had 3 girls receive qualifying leg for state next week. The students are still adjusting to the administrative changes and are still questioning as to why the AD and assistant principal were transferred. However, they do like their new admin.
Which school is this?
This is Cruces.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So, Mayfield, Cruces, and Centennial, their FFAs have competed at Carrizo. Yeah, it's like ZO. It's strange. And at Springs, Las Cruces interventions over the past couple of weekends and are preparing their teams to complete at the state contest April 3rd and 5th. So Oñate, the a cappella group, recently won Best of New Mexico, which is really awesome. Their advanced theater production is, they're going to have a little performance of Fantastic Mr. Fox. That will be Thursday and Friday if y'all could attend. They're also working on their musical Mamma Mia, which is coming soon. At Arrowhead, we are getting ready for prom on April 6th at the Convention Center. On that same day, we're also going to have a book fair at Barnes & Noble from 10 to 6. Our spring carnival is coming up very soon, and Gap is having an enchilada sale. I'm not sure the date of that, though. And HOSA is getting ready for nationals. Yeah, that's the update from the schools. But could I touch on something?
Of course.
All right. So I noticed that communication has been a real big thing in here. And as speaking as a person, not a person from SAC, so just as an individual student, I really think that is a key problem. However, the only way we can solve that is if we actually work together and respect with each other. Because I noticed that throughout public comment and up here, it was getting pretty intense, you know? And of course, we're going to have frustrations and stuff. However, we are a community, and one job as a community is to build that, to build our respect. If we do not respect one another and allow for you guys and them to speak, it's very hard. And I'm sorry, Mr. Ewing. I'm very sorry that it was mainly towards you. I mean, of course, there was concerns regarding this, but however, I believe the way they were stated was not very nice. It was not respecting you as the person you are. And the same goes for us, we should be respecting them. Just because, I just want to state, because I feel like the public right now in our community is really confused. And if we don't figure out a way first as to how to get that communication out there, reach out to them, figure out, okay, what works best for you? Whether it's sending out mass emails, printing out a bunch of paper, wasting trees, like that's not a problem. Sure. It's just a matter of getting it out there and realizing that no matter what, we're going to come through these bumpy roads. Right. Of course, like Columbia is a big thing, and it's crazy that we never even thought of that, because it would have never came to mind that maybe there'd be an elementary school moving into high school. And the fact that I'm like very proud of you guys, okay? I'm gonna act like a proud mother. Like, it's amazing as to how you guys are dealing with it. Of course, I believe you're having a hard time with it. It's gonna be rough. I'm gonna say for you, and I'm gonna say for Cameron and the public, we gotta keep going. Sure. We got to. And it's a matter of us working together, whether we dislike each other, dislike each other's opinions, that's where our respect comes into play. And without us doing this, we're going to never accomplish anything. Of course, we're having that little crack, and everyone's complaining about, oh, there's that little crack in the road, you know, that is never going to get fixed, but it's never going to get fixed unless we work together. And I really wish the public was there to see that. And to hear me speak, especially since they were concerned about the student voice. Like, I'm devastated as to what happened to Cameron. But to me, it's kind of hard to see where that voice comes from, for the factor that they were not able to stay for the thing. I believe, yes, we're busy, but I mean, at least recognize that, like, the fact you're advocating for your youth. This is all about the youth. Yet, like, we won't teach them how to overcome these and how to approach our problems properly as a community. I just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now you see why Senora Flores fought for 7 years to create a student advisory council. So thank you, and thank you, Senora.
Thank you, Chris. You're welcome.
And
That's
Mr.
great.
President, if I may, Gabe, can we, the one question I got out of all of that was about the move of administrators at Las Cruces. Can we go over there and you have a meeting with the student government, is that who it is? The
Yeah,
Student
he says-
Association? And explain to them why we move administrators and the training programs and what we're doing, and make sure they meet Leo as well. So we will answer that question. Thank you. No.
Dr. Serrano, are you ready for Human Resources Development Report?
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent. I'm going to go over the board report since the last board meeting, but before I get started, I would like to recognize my exemplary HR team. I'll start in the back with Ms. Himmelwright. Amy Himmelwright, please stand up to be recognized. We know how, we talked about it, how phenomenal she is, so, and everyone is, so. Ms. Alice Chavez Villa. Ms. Shirley O'Brien. Mr. Jacob Gamon. And Ms. Terry Pinedo. In the area of certified, since the last board meeting, we had 13 new offers of employment, 18 resignations, 7 retirements, 1 leave of absence, 1 resignation or otherwise not returning. In the area of classified, we had 21 offers, new offers of employment, 13 resignations not returning, and 7 retirements. Okay? With that being said, I often get called the HR guy. And now I'm actually getting called the quote guy. I'm starting to get people to text me and email me, they're texting me quotes for the board meeting. I'm getting emails. So I'm starting to think that maybe from now on, maybe I should maybe do a raffle and maybe pick a quote out of a hat and acknowledge whoever gave it to me. So with that being said, this month I'm going to defer my quote. I'm going to defer my quote. So if they could please do my quote, and I'm going to defer my quote. He's not here, but to Dr. Ewing.
Well, good morning. I'm Greg Ewing, the superintendent of Las Cruces Public Schools in Las Cruces, New Mexico. And for me, it's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Freedom of the press, freedom of religion, and freedom to have an education. All students are entitled to an education, and America is the place where we can all be educated and then become anyone we want to become. Well, good morning. I'm Greg Ewing.
Okay, that was, I believe, at Mesa Middle School, and that was a C-SPAN bus. So actually that came up in Twitter. I think some of us actually retweeted that and shared that video. So I thought, why not starting that tradition of sharing quotes? I think I've done plenty of my own quotes. Even though actually my presentation today will have some of our, not only my quotes, but our HR team quotes. Actually, I think the inspiration came from the board retreat last time we met. We always get an opportunity at the end to tell you all as board members what, HR updates or, operations updates, etc. So at that time, and I know Elena, when I looked at Elena and thinking about it, it has gone very quickly. But it has been almost to the day 2 years since I was named Chief of HR for Las Cruces Public Schools. And I told you I'm blessed every day and I'm honored every day that I come to work and I love this place. So I think at that time I said, you know what, I'm going to at least an excuse to, as you see on the picture, to once a year maybe wear a coat, a suit, and do an update as to what we're doing. I didn't give a 1 year update, but I'm giving you a 2 year update. So at that time, we talked about it, and really I'm finishing my 3rd school year because I finished the spring. And really, when you think about it, July 1st, I'm starting my 4th school year. So even though it's 2 calendar years, I feel like I'm progressing here, and I'm really loving this place. So that's really the inspiration to do this, instead of just giving you an HR update like I usually do, maybe with a couple of quotes and maybe a couple of our job fairs that we're doing. I said, you know what, I'm going to give really a 2-year update, because it gives us an opportunity as an HR team to reflect, see where we're at, where we're going. Obviously, we're not perfect, we're not happy, we have a long ways to go. But I think a lot of the goals that we set, or I set, and then as a team we set since I've been here, as you could see in my presentation, I believe we met them. I was very blessed to work in a great district with a great superintendent. Jose Espinosa, I remember Dr. Ewing, and that's one of the things we want to work on in this district is checking references. And I do remember Dr. Espinosa came to my desk and he told me, you know what, I just got a call from this gentleman. His name was Dr. Gregory Ewing. We must have spent about an hour on the phone, and he kept asking me about you. And obviously he said, I gave you a great recommendation. I'm real proud of you. Hopefully, we'll see what happens. And it was real busy, Dr. Ewing. I took a personal day. And I think that day kind of prepared me for today, because that morning, Dr. Ewing had me come in and talk to the principal. So I got introduced in this same room, and I talked to the principals about my ideas. And really, both of them were the ones from the interview: customer service, servant leadership. Then from there, as you can see, he tweeted. He had me. I was telling him, Dr. Ewing, that kind of my day that time, that you had me come in and for the first time talk to the principals and leadership. And then that day, he had me address the whole leadership. He had me give him a speech. He said, can you kind of give him a motivational speech? So I went back to Socorro ISD and addressed my team over there, and it was very inspirational to be able to give him that opportunity by Dr. Espinosa to do that. Then for lunch, he said I had to give a speech during my lunch banquet. They did a little banquet for me. And then at the end, I finished it with another department speech. And I always told people, if you want to motivate and inspire someone, tell them a speech about your struggles. And I think that time I was able to talk to my HR department, and not necessarily talk about my successes, but let them know about my struggles and how to overcome. So, and that's, I guess, another quote, So anyway, so I've been here 2 years, so I guess I was inspired by the HR retreat to be able to do this in more of an in-depth format. And here we go. Again, you can see that day I was just introduced, and I think, I don't know if you could see it, but I had a big old smile, and I still have that big old smile. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve Las Cruces Public Schools. Thank you so much. So go to the next slide. Actually, I think they gave me the clicker. Might work. Okay, customer service. I got it, Bill. Customer service and servant leadership. When I interviewed, I said, what do I really want to, if I get this job in Las Cruces, what do I really want to do? What do I really want? What are my goals? Now, if you make too many, they get too broad. But I said, you know what? We want to provide customer service and servant leadership. So actually, I told you that last time in one of my presentations. We actually changed our mission statement to be the Human Resource Division. The new statement says the Human Resources Division will exceed its goals and potential by providing optimal customer service and servant leadership. And that's what we're all about. That's what we're trying to strive to do every day. Okay. I was told, you know what, let's put the human and human resources, okay? So I actually listed some of the things that I think fit this category. And actually, I think Ms. Bar Sanchez is not here, but I actually made a copy from my cell phone. And I actually shared this, Dr. Yun, I think you remember, somebody actually gave me a note that actually says that they actually, and you could read it, that they actually appreciate kind of putting the human element into human resources, and a superintendent and an HR department that do that. By the way, you missed it, Dr. Ewing, but we did the quote, and actually you did the quote. You weren't here. We did the C-SPAN bus, so you actually did the quote for me tonight. I defer to you. So
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, the first thing I'm going to say that I think makes us maybe unique is that I call it commendation of employees. I talked, and again, the motivation came from that HR retreat, the board retreat, is that I'm telling my HR employees, obviously the nature of our job is going to allow for us in any HR department in the country to address issues, concerns, have critical conversations, that is the nature of the job. But what I want to do is create a department, or not just in my department, but outside of the division of HR, that we do commendations. And I've actually been inspired by several employees recently. And so that I said, well, if they're doing a great job, talk to them and let them know, and actually thank them for what they do and let them know. So Dr. Ewing always says the cream, this is your quote, Dr. Ewing, the cream always rises to the top. And this is in interviews. But to me, getting the job is really just the first obstacle. Because my quote is that I've always worked and I've always learned this. I've always been trained that you're always in an interview. So really, once you get the job and you become the top person that gets the job, really what you do after that is really what matters. So I'm making sure that in HR that we don't just address concerns, but that we're an HR department that we let people know when they're doing a great job. Okay? And that's one of the things I think, going back to putting the human in the human resources, that I think is maybe unique for us. Okay? And these people there's people here that I've noticed that I've talked to personally that inspire, they motivate, they have the passion, and they're called what I call the game changers. They're game changers. They change the game. And if you ask me the difference between 2 years ago to now, some of the people in some of the departments here, just one person that we've hired has basically changed just the perspective of the whole department. So these are game changers. So I think that's putting the human in human resources. So the other thing that we've done is, and Dr. Ewing, full 100% credit for you, because we've been doing audits since I've been here, and there's been several situations where women doing the same job in the same pay grade were not getting the same pay as men. And you've corrected that. We've worked together, and I think that's also putting the human in human resources. Leadership through empowerment leads to improved morale. I feel like in my department, I actually had a friend come over a couple of times, Mr. Larry Brito, retired FBI, came in to talk to me. He wanted to apply, possibly retired, to teach in law enforcement. And one of the things that resonated the other day when I talked to him at night is, he said, you know what, you don't notice it, but you guide people and all you do is praise, and you're always bragging about your department. And actually, he's trained to look for those things. He's an FBI agent, so he gave me the feedback. And he actually from there, I got this quote or this title. Leadership through empowerment leads to improved morale. And I think I want to take pride in making sure that my team, that I basically guide them and empower them. And actually, I've hired a great team. So how do you change in Texas, one of the lowest performance high schools in Texas, to one of the highest performance high schools in Texas? The way we did it, we hired great people, great teachers, great, so that's, we've done that, and I've done that here. Open door policy, talked to several directors recently, different people, and what they like is they can come into HR. HR is a place designated for customer service and servant leadership. They tell me that what they like is they can go to anyone, to Terry, to Jacob Gamon, to Shirley O'Brien, to anybody, to Alex Chavez Villa, to any of our HR specialists, anybody in our department, and they get what they need. And hopefully they do get it with a smile. So the open door policy, you can come in and you're going to get what you need. If not, we're going to try to get you the answer. Support for Spanish-speaking employees. My goal, when I came in, I'm like, we have all, and I have that background because I did support personnel director for 2 years in Socorro, and then I did 1 year staffing for high schools and middle schools. They still call me to this day. We had a lot of employees that didn't speak English, and my goal was that they felt comfortable coming in and that we supported them. So I said, so long as I'm here, any employee that needs help doing an application, doing anything in Spanish, we're going to take care of them. Vamos a tomar orgullo en el departamento de apoyar a la gente que necesita asistencia con su lenguaje natal, que es el español. We're gonna provide that for them. And just last week, and actually this happens all the time, I sent the email about the job fair, and I had a lady from come in and send me emails right away. I sent for the job fair. So I'm returning all these phone calls. So she speaks to me in Spanish and said, ¿puedo ir a hablar con usted? Can I go talk to you? So she said, sure, come talk to me. So anyway, to give you a long story short, it's a lady from Colombia She says she's from Barranquilla. And I said, well, interesting. That's interesting. My neighbor in front is from Barranquilla. And she says, well, did you know Shakira was born in Barranquilla? I said, well, I didn't know that. But anyway, you have those discussions and you communicate and you have those relationships, right? So she got a business administration degree in Colombia. She's getting classes to learn English. So we're going to help her get her, guide her through the process to get her transcript translated. And then she wants to become an EA. She's right now in food services. And eventually she wants to be a teacher. So we're going to take her through the steps. But it takes that one-on-one attention. And if I have the Spanish and that's my native language, why am I not going to support people that need that? So I think that's also putting the human in human resources that we do that, okay? Ms. Alice Chavez Villa has done a phenomenal job with ADA and FMLA accommodations. More so than ever, a lot of employees can tell you that if they need, just like the students, we're no different than the students, right? That if they need an accommodation, if they need something, they broke their arm, etc., that they can go to Ms. Alice Chavez Villa and they're going to get it. And kudos to you, Mr. Ellison, because you've supported us with a little budget, because we do need some support with some of the things that we have to buy for them to make that happen. So thank you, sir. And I'm going to tell you that, Dr. Ewing, I'm going to correct you. You've cried twice since you've been here, not just once.
Oh, okay.
When we did the Teacher Impact Awards at Las Cruces High School, the football program last year, and a lot of our board members were there, Ms. Flores, I think all of us cried, and we cried quite a bit. We had the kids, the stories about having juniors going into the senior year, and it's coming up again. We just got the invite. A lot of us, we got the invite again from Coach Mark Lopez. The kids telling their teachers, and some of them going back to kinder, about how much they changed their life and how impactful that was. That was probably one of the most powerful just sessions that I've ever been to. So, and you did cry. So it's been twice, Dr. You're not once that you cried. Okay, I'm going to correct you on that one. Okay, the next one, and I'm going to tell you, if I had to pick one of the most rewarding, I think, in 2 years, putting the human and human resources, the time that I've had here in Las Cruces Public Schools. And I did give a speech, and Elena, you were there, Dr. Ewing, NEA was there. And I actually gave about 7 of them, and going back to the Civil Rights Award. And I told you that I was very proud because my high school was one of the first 2 high schools in the whole region, Southwest region, to support kids that came to me wanting to do the Great Gay Straight Alliance. Okay? So when I got invited by Mr. Armijo, and we went to Oñate, and I had that experience, not only was I so happy, and I was just so happy to be there with them because I was supporting those kids at Oñate in their meeting, the Gay Straight Alliance, but it also kind of reminded me back that really, technically, we were one of the pioneers in getting this program started, and now most of the high schools have it. So again, going out and supporting those kids to me is putting the human in human resources, and I think that has to be the most rewarding experience that I've had in 2 years. So. HR accomplishments, improve hiring processes, and to not make it too long, I'm gonna let you know one of the things that we changed to improve the hiring process is that now any recommendations for employment that sit on our desk will be issued that same day. We will not let them sit there. There's a recommendation. We have an agreement with our team that, and we'll help each other. I do them all the time, that we will call every employee that gets an employment offer that same day, so that the hiring process is not slowed down. Now, I keep hearing about, well, there's a slowdown from the state on certifications and this and that. That's out of our control. So anything that's under our control, we've already improved the processes. Increase substitute teacher fill rates, okay? I did the report. We're up 3% from last year. And hopefully we're going to get bigger. I know that's going to impact the budget. It's not as high of an impact as I thought we were going to have, but we were asked by principals to improve that. And all of us take an hour of our week to interview and hire substitutes. So our pool for substitutes has been increased. Improve staffing process. Since my first year and then my second, now going on my third for staffing, my third spring, Dr. Ewing, we've worked hard in making sure that we do the staffing early. I always say that, and I said it at the at the board retreat, but Dr. Wendy does a phenomenal job, did phenomenal last year. And I think what's the hardest part about the staffing, which is the allocations, because allocations is not a science, it's not an art, it's a combination of both. Now, the actual part that we do, and we have Martha Holguin, who's phenomenal, my executive assistant. We use the control codes and everything else, and that's more of a science, because we have to make sure that any extra teachers get, and sometimes it was brought up earlier, the misconception is that we're moving teachers for the wrong reasons. Sometimes we have to move teachers because there's an excess in one campus, okay? So staffing process has been improved and will continue to improve. Collaborative principal hiring process. And Dr. Ewing, you brought this to the district, and I was very familiar with it from my previous district, the same process. It goes through the community input, it goes through the first round, it goes through the finalists, and it's been very successful. We've done it since I've been here. What people like that I brought with me is not what they call forced ranking, but the ranking where you rank people and you get the top three, the finalists at the end. And every committee that I've sat with, and I told them, give me an opportunity, because they're skeptical. We're going to prove to you at the end that this process is very transparent, and you have, for example, with eight committee members, you have 12.5% of the vote. And like we always say, Dr. Ewing, the cream rises to the top. It always does, okay? HR campus visits for support. One of the goals that we're trying to do in HR, and this kind of also ties in, again, to putting the human and human resources, is that we want to do HR visits to campuses for support, and to just ask a principal, is there anything we can do for you to help you today, etc. I had a lofty goal when I started, and I said that in the first 3 months that I would visit every school and every department in the district. And I worked hard to make that happen, and I met that goal, so I put it in the PowerPoint. Ms. Sheehan just mentioned it. We take pride in outstanding collaboration with stakeholders. This is NEA, their summit that they had, their professional development that they had at Arrowhead, which was phenomenal. I was there in the afternoon on Saturday, and I went to all the sessions, and they were all fantastic. But we feel that we've improved collaboration with employees, schools, community, the community, with departments, with the unions. And you heard the union, Ms. Sheehan mentioned it herself today, with all LCPS stakeholders, and with the NMSU College of Education. New employee orientation. When I first got here, and I ended up doing this kind of by myself. Initially, I took it on by myself. I came in April 3rd. I got hired in spring break in March. But in working with Ms. Sheehan and Ms. Valespino, we changed what used to be a half-day new employee orientation that used to be housed here with 20 plus to maybe 30 employees. When I started asking questions, I said, we're going to do a new employee orientation. We're going to go all out. We have to do it right, and we're going to call people, and they're going to go. And honestly, the success, the employees are not hired, so they're not even on the clock yet. They're coming in as volunteers. So thanks to Mr. Shapakan, we're going to do it August 2nd again at Oñate. We've done it for 3 years at Oñate. But it's been very successful, and we've gotten close to 200, and I'm expecting close to 300 this year. And board members have been there. You see the first photo, Dr. Ewing addressing them. Then you have the booths by all the vendors and the unions and the different departments. And then obviously, it's very costly to feed that many people. So kudos to NEA. They both years, and I'm going to tap into them again. Ms. Sheehan and Jim Mice have been phenomenal. And the back, I don't know if you could see her. You see Ms. Betty Patterson there helping out. So they've donated the food. So, I mean, it's been very successful. One of my greatest emails that I've ever received in 2 years came from Esquina Marlot from Nebraska. Because of the Boston Strong campaign, I pushed the LCPS Strong campaign when I came, and I guess I was giving speeches about that in the first orientation. So I got an email, and actually went to her classroom. She was a third grade teacher that first year. She's now an instructional specialist, and according to Ms. Conley, the principal, Ms. Sonia Campos, she's doing a phenomenal job. I just saw her the other day, and I said, hey, I still have my shirt. So anyway, she sent me an email, and she told me to go to her classroom, and she specially ordered an LCPS Strong shirt and gave it to me in her classroom, because she said that she felt inspired by the new employee orientation. So one of our goals is not to just hire people that are game changers, but actually retain them, and actually hopefully we can keep her for a long time. Innovative and creative ways for recruitment. It takes a village to recruit, hire, and then I added to retain. And retain. I didn't have that before. Educators that educate the child. Okay, it takes a village to recruit, hire, and retain the educators that need to educate our children in our district. Well, I've been presenting this to you throughout. We just had a job fair. You see it in the middle last week at New Mexico State. We've actually hired some people that from Albuquerque that are in Texas Tech that are wanting to come to Las Cruces. We talked to them. We've had the cyber job fair, which is pretty unique and I think pretty innovative. We have the job fair coming up. The job fair is coming up April 10th. I've added the different things that we've done with the El Paso Times, with the Sun News, with the different universities. We're actually, for the first time, April 17th, we're going to go up to north to Albuquerque to the University of New Mexico and bring some of those people south. Because we're going to tell them, if you want to be in the best district, you got to drive 3 hours south in I-25 and go to Las Cruces. And then the other thing that is new, I had an account that was kind of dormant for a little bit, and I just activated it again on LinkedIn, and you'll see it in a minute. So I think we're social media, and I'm kind of taking that over now too. We're also going to, I asked Ms. Higgleshofer to help me with Facebook a little bit, but we've done a lot of great things to make sure to be innovative. The other thing we need to recruit, and a lot of us in this room actually teach at NMSU or the ACC. This is my intro to bilingual education class at the ACC. And, I'm always telling them that when they graduate, and we have some great students, actually, you might recognize some of them, Dr. Yu, and they're your students as well, that they need to stay in Las Cruces. Okay? And actually, most of my students are coming from Sunland Park, Anthony, and the Gadsden area, and I'm telling them that I'm telling them the opposite. You need to drive north on I-10 and get to Las Cruces, and they're getting their degrees. So, HR social media, I think, is helping us a lot. I use it a lot to and those of you that follow me know that I do push a lot. I've been doing the job fair. I'm pushing the job fair, and the Facebook and the LinkedIn. And you can see right there, I tweeted the job fair. So we're using that to promote the district and to get people to come to our job fairs. Support of the whole child. I take pride. I go out there all the time. Just the other day, Mr. David Morales did a great job, and then the team of Enlace, and I saw you there, Ms. Flores, you were there in that room in the corner, doing presentations. I think the kids want us to be there to support them. So I took that picture, and then just, if and that's why he was Teacher of the Year for New Mexico. If you ever get to spend a little time with David Morales, he's just a bundle of energy. He's back. You did make it. You said you weren't going to make it, David. Mr. Morales, stand up to be recognized, please. Give him a big round of applause. I told him, I don't know what time my presentation, David, but you need to go. I'm going to mention your name, and see, I did it. I kept my promise, sir. Okay. The next one is the Centennial, the playoff game the other night between Centennial and Mayfield. And I believe you were there, Mr. Jaramillo. And then the next one was like when I got to go last year to the Star Center in Rio Rancho. Our Las Cruces girls were playing in the semifinal. From there, I drove south on I-25 to the pit, and that was an experience. I love going to the pit when our boys, Las Cruces High School boys, played in the semifinal against Atrisco Heritage. So I don't need to support the kids here, but I go out of town to support them. I go to Gaston a lot too to watch them play. And then the last one is the Oñate. When they were here for Christmas, the band, the jazz band, they just do a phenomenal job. Employee recognition. We actually got to go out yesterday, and we got to personally go recognize the finalists for Support Personnel of the Year, and then the Teacher of the Year. The security guard on the left, on my left, Jane Peroni, got to take her picture with her students there in 8th grade, and Ms. Robotna from Valley View got is one of the finalists for Special Ed Teacher of the Year. And then here I want to recognize a couple of superstar game changers, Ms. Samantha Lewis and Mr. Colin Lewis are always out there helping us, and they were out there supporting us, taking pictures and filming the kids, and they meet the definition of a game changer in my book. Professional development, Elena, this one, kudos to you, because when I came in, and I know Dr. Ewing did the 90-minute look, listen, and learn, and I said if you can keep me that long, that I was going to do the 5-year look, listen, and learn. So I'm on year 2, so we got 3 more years, and then hopefully some more after that. But one of the things that I noticed quickly by getting phone calls from administrators is that we needed support and help in professional development in areas of investigations and such, right? So I remember, if you remember, several times we met on Sunday here. We went to IHOP a couple of times with my team, did a great job. My whole team was there. And Edwanda Williams was there as well with us. And we created a document, what's called a black binder now, that is famous now. I think if you ever want me to tour with you and you want to copyright it, and I think I would be happy to join you. But I think professional development is very important in improving a department or a school or a school district. So I think this was phenomenal. We appreciate the partnership. We have new administrators. We did it again this year, and you gave me great feedback. We did it at Centennial. So we're going to do it again. So I feel that in the area of professional development, we've been improving a lot. But I also got to give you the kudos, Elena, because we partner with your expertise and your team, and everybody knows. Everybody refers now to this as the black binder. So thank you so much. And let's give Elena a big round of applause, please. The other thing we talked about, and Terry Pinello did a great job of kind of introducing this program. For students that qualify with the Workforce Connections Partnership, we are now able to support people that want to be go into teaching that maybe lack the funding, transportation. They need maybe healthcare. I mean, there's going to be a lot of support for them. Tuition. So that program is catching fire, and a lot of people are interested. And we're finding out that a lot of our EAs and a lot of people didn't go to school because they didn't want to. They didn't go to school because they didn't have the resources to do so. And I'll finish with some quotes. My first principal, I ran into him once in a while, just a great man, Mr. Phil Hatch. He would always tell us, we're going to improve our campus one student at a time. So the next 3 quotes are from our LCPS HR team. So our goal is to improve our district one employee at a time. Through open dialogue, we want to do the same thing. We all want to do the same thing, hire quality employees. It means that our students are receiving a better overall experience in our schools. We see HR as a heartbeat of the district, therefore, we lead by example. And then the last one is a combination of a quote that I gave you a couple of meetings ago. I think Dr. Wendy remembers this quote. And then also a combination of my quote at the end. No matter what anyone says, you show up and do the work. But don't just do the work. Seek to inspire, to motivate, to be passionate. In other words, seek to be a game changer. Thank you. And with that, I stand for questions. And that's my 2-year review.
Board questions?
No questions. No.
Hey,
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you guys all of you for coming today. Thank you.
We are now ready for equity, innovation, and social justice. And Dr.
I don't think he has.
I was wondering why you were not jumping up. I was like, why is he not? Okay. How about, let me try again. Finance.
Yes. There you go. Mr.
Chief
Ellison.
Financial Officer Ed Ellison. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent. So these are very busy times in finance. Very glad that the session ended Saturday. I've been trying to keep track of all the new legislation that's been going through, all the changes, and I know Dr. Sanchez is going to give you an excellent update later on, so I look forward to that. The first item on the agenda is the board consolidated board report for February 28, 2019. And just a couple of highlights that I'd like to offer. The consolidated board report is a what I call a detailed summary, and so it's the high level summary of all the details, but it is kind of a detailed report. So I like to pull out a couple of numbers to give you even more of a higher level kind of look into the financials. So across all the funds, as of February 28, 2019, we received revenue of $191 million. As compared to the prior year at this point in time, which was $190 million. That's about a $1 million increase. Expenditures for all funds is about $163 million compared to last year at this point in time, which is about $172 million. So that's a $9 million decrease. That's primarily due to our capital projects funds. Last year we had more expenditures at that point in time, and right now we had experienced a little bit of delay in capital projects, primarily related to seeing what the decision was going to be on Columbia. So I know we've been working with the operations folks and purchasing, and we've got a lot of projects that are now starting to move, and so we'll see that number increase. And so now that we kind of have a direction on Columbia, we'll see a lot of those capital expenditures starting to roll. It wasn't that we weren't going to do any of the projects, we just needed to see how much cash we needed on hand, and depending on the decision. And so Gabe's team and the construction and Bobby, as well as the IT folks, we got a lot of good projects, a lot of high dollar projects, but there's really good things that the district is going to be seeing coming forward. And I think Mr. Dawkins will present one of those coming up. That's not out of the capital projects, but that's another project that we have going on. So moving to the operational fund, revenue is $125 million as of February 28, 2019, compared to last year it's $121 million. That's a $4 million increase. Expenditures, $107 million compared to $104 last year, so it's a $3 million increase. We're currently about 53.8% of the budget has been expended, compared to last year about 55.9%. And so of those expenditures, of the $107 million, $77 million has been expended for instruction and instruction support. That's roughly about 72.2% of the budget was for instruction support. Just a couple of selected fund types. I'll give you some expenditures. So capital projects, currently we've expended $10.2 million versus last year $23.4 million. Our debt service, $14.7 million compared to $13.5 million last year. Transportation and instructional materials, $4.13 million this year compared to $4.61 last year. So very similar numbers. Special revenue, which is food service and athletics, that is $9.27 million this year compared to $9.53 million last year. Very similar. Total for federal grants, we've expended $13.3 million compared to last year, $12.5 million. That's about $800,000 increase. State and local grants, we've expended $4.35 million compared to $3.71 million last year. That's about $640,000 increase. So those are just some key highlights, and at this point I'll stand for questions on the consolidated board report.
Board members, questions?
No questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Second item on the agenda is the Finance Advisory Committee meeting minutes from February 14, 2019. And so I will stand for questions on the minutes.
No questions.
No questions? All right, thank you. So the last item on the agenda is a report on the Project Lead the Way grant. And so I kind of wanted to point out that the last board meeting, $15,000 was presented to Zia Middle School, Mr. Catan. And, I just kind of wanted to straighten a couple of issues out on that. And then One of them, as I sat there, I thought it was a donation, and I was like, wow, that's quite a donation. And then looking into it, it ended up being a grant. It's a 2-year grant. And so we'll do, it starts June 1st, and it will be $10,000 for the first year and $5,000 for the second year. And then along with that, there's some requirements, and those have been communicated and discussed. And so there's some reporting requirements, periodic reporting requirements, end of course exam requirements, and as well as some data sharing requirements. And so there's a little bit of a confusion on the process and everything, but is to who it goes to, and so we've straightened all those issues out. I just want to let you know. All the documents have been signed, approved, and submitted, and so the grant is well on its way. And so, but I don't want any of that to take away from the good work that's being done at ZIA in this area. And so I've asked Mr. Catan and his principal, Mr. Aguilar, to come today and just kind of give you a little bit of an update on what they plan on doing with those funds, and let them kind of give you a little bit of information on how that program is going to work. So, Mr. Catan, if you would come forward and just brief the board real quick, I'd appreciate that.
I think it's Mr. Aguilar.
Oh, he had to leave. Yeah. Okay. Well, Mr. Catan had to leave, so Mr. Aguilar is here, and he can brief you real quick, I guess.
So I'm sorry we made you wait so long.
No problem.
We should have given you a better time schedule.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Joel, for coming.
No problem. So we're really excited about the grant because this opens another possibility. And as I saw the STEM Academy, that almost popped in my mind, Technology Academy. But the grant itself is going to be used for computer science. That is the main point of it. And also app creating. So our students will be introduced and we'll have that opportunity. But this also provides for us a pipeline, because we know that at the high school that is computer science is big, and so that'll help us to also promote it, and hopefully at the elementary level we can also promote that way we can serve as a pipeline going into the high schools. We will also upgrade some equipment which will be needed, especially for the apps, and then that would also open the opportunity for collaboration with industry. And so we're already making those headways and reaching out to a lot of industry to come into our campus. And then, of course, professional development. That's going to be key to our teacher, Mr. Gaitan, to make sure that it's implemented well. And so we're excited about it, and that's the main gist of what the grant will do. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And so we're really excited to have that. That's quite an award. And we also want to ensure the board that we're here to support to make sure that grant is executed and that program is successful. And so with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions, board members? I do want to point out that the Financial Advisory Committee met last Thursday, and we discussed in pretty big depth all of the items that were consent agenda items. The bars and the vendor payments and property dispositions. And I think that's it that I can think of. Yes.
Mr. President, I just want to mention that Mr. Gaitan was here, and he texted me and told me that he left because he had to feed his kids.
Oh.
I understand. Yeah.
Wow.
Right,
So-
which is
So this is a good
perfectly
reason.
understandable. So,
Yes.
all right. Well, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and anticipating being called up, Operations and Leadership Deputy Superintendent Gabe Hotkus.
President, members of the board, and Mr. Superintendent, our first agenda item this afternoon, almost evening, Ms. Gloria Martinez is going to present our construction report. So with that, I turn it over to our amazing Director of Construction.
Mr. President, members of the board, and Mr. Superintendent, I'd like to present my construction project report for this quarter as soon as we get it up here on the board. Well, hello? That's still not it? No. Did you do the PowerPoint? Okay, well, I'll start there. This is Columbia, and presently we're working on the request for proposal to hire an architect. As soon as we hire the architect, we'll start the design on that project. Our next project is sports facility security updates and security upgrades. And right now, the starting date was July of last year, and completion date is September. We've already completed the soccer complex, and we're still presently working on baseball, the Field of Dreams, and the softball complex. And that's still not the right picture up there. Bill, is he awake? Our next project is MacArthur Elementary School parking lot. And this is a parking lot that'll be across the street from the school. And we're already contracted with our soils testing group who's doing the testing right now. Once we get our soil analysis done, it'll be sent to our architect, and the architect will design the parking lot, and we'll get started on that one. We should be finished by May. This is also a project that we got a grant from the New Mexico Highway Department to assist us with the funding on. Our next project is a Field of Dreams baseball complex, and this is a 2018 bond project, and this will consist of adding 4 new light fixtures and 2 additional lights that will be mounted on the existing light poles at the facility. And we've already started that one. Estimated completion date will be June of this year. Okay, our next project is our IT 2014 security bond projects, and we started that again July of 2018. Completion date is 2019, and we're doing all of these schools. We've done various portions of the project. We've done wiring. We've already installed some of the card readers, and then we're going back and activating the devices. Our next project is our Las Cruces facility master plan, and we started that again in July of last year. Completion date will be September of this year, and we have some upcoming schools that will be that will have surveys done. All of the administrators at those facilities are aware of that. There'll be Camino Real, Conley, Vista, Zia, Rio Grande, and Centennial High School. And after that, I stand for questions.
Questions?
No questions.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I know.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, and Mr. Superintendent. Our next agenda item will be update on local emergency planning committee voluntary full-scale exercise at Arrowhead Park Early College High School on April 13, 2019. That's a mouthful of words. Wow. And with that, let me introduce Mr. Sean Barham. He's going to introduce the team, and they're going to walk you through the exercise that is coming. So, Sean?
And let's make sure the board understands this is a Saturday and this is optional.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Mr. President, members of the board, and Mr. Superintendent. Exactly that. We've made several changes to this exercise with the input that we've gotten from the community and from yourselves here at the meetings. And so I'm proud to introduce the leadership members of the local emergency planning committee that are going to be helming this exercise. We have from the Office of Emergency Management, the director, Mr. Cullen Combs. From Las Cruces Police Department, Lieutenant Jeremy Story. And from Las Cruces Fire Department and the chair of the Exercise Planning Committee of the Local Emergency Planning Committee, Lieutenant Ron Schulmeister. So with that, I'm going to ask them to come up and walk you through everything.
Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent, thank you for having me back. As you know, I was here a couple months ago, gave a briefing on what we were going to be doing, and I know a couple board members weren't here, and it's been a while, so I'm going to spend a couple of minutes just kind of, recapping a little bit about what we're doing. We're going to have an actor. He is a trained SWAT officer, will show up as acting to be a school shooter. He will have a little security force with him in case somebody tries to do something to him. We're expecting 911 to be called. If not, we will actually have some people already programmed, trained to make a 911 call. So we can also test our 911 facility, both MIRVDA, Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority, as well as New Mexico State University's dispatch office. So they can each get some practice fielding calls for this type of incident. Police, fire will respond. We're expecting faculty and staff to do what they've been trained to do. First responders will treat mitigate the threat, neutralize the threat, and we will set up rescue task forces between police and fire. Lieutenant Story will cover a little bit more about law enforcement part of it, and we will extract our victims. They will be actors also with fake blood and that type of thing on them. And then we were going to present those to the hospitals to create a med surge, it's called, where we kind of overload the ERs and see how they handle that type of thing. So some changes. We had some, as you know, we had some concerns. So we went back to the drawing board and decided, okay, how can we best address these concerns and still move forward and get a good exercise out of it that fits everybody's objectives. So one thing we did, it won't be during a school day anymore. It will be Saturday, which is April 13th is the scheduled date for it. It will be entirely volunteer staff and entirely volunteer students. They actually have to sign up for it. We are going to have a seminar that may be on another slide. I may be getting ahead of myself. But originally we were going to have it where the principals of the high schools were going to be invited to be observers and get some information and take it back to their schools and their security committees, to safety committees to discuss and work on. And I think we're actually better now because we're taking volunteers for faculty and staff and students from all the high schools and creating a school out of that. And so there will be a lot more people to take that information back, both faculty, staff, and student-wise. So we'll take the number of volunteers and we'll divvy them up among classrooms and offices and basically create a little school that morning. There is a mandatory seminar. There it is. Prior to the exercise, it is scheduled right now for April 4th at 6 p.m. It will be approximately 2 to 2.5 hours. During that time, we will give them about a 90-minute seminar on active shooter surviving, give them some tools to go home with in case, God forbid, they ever end up in a situation like that, whether it be at a school, a shopping mall, wherever. We're going to give them some tools moving forward to work with. They will have registration forms. Students will have to have parent permission forms. Hopefully the parents will come. We'll issue them a wristband. That way if they show up on the day of the exercise, they won't be allowed in. The campus will basically be closed on the day of the exercise. The road will be blocked. Bags will be checked. Pockets will be checked. No one will be allowed on campus out, with a surprise. They will be parked in a different area and they will be shuttled over by bus to the school. We'll create a school. We'll have safety officers on the campus. Eye and ear protection will be provided to anybody, ear protection for everybody and eye protection for whoever may be in the hallways. It's mostly going to be the actors. We're not anticipating any of the students or faculty or staff to be out in a hallway where the actual blanks will be fired. But eye protection will be provided for those people even though they're blanks. And then ear protection will be just given to everybody. There will be constant supervision from every campus camera, as well as some mobile cameras and lapel cameras. We'll know what's going on. We'll know who's where at all times. We'll have contact with all of them at all times. We can stop the exercise immediately if anything looks like it's going wrong for any reason, which we don't anticipate. It's pretty well planned out, but there can always be those things, and so we'll have contact with everybody at all times. We'll have constant contact with the actor who is pretending to be the shooter. We'll be debriefing afterwards to get everybody's input, everybody's feedback, try to identify all the gaps in people's plans and policies that may need to be addressed. We'll take care of all those. And law enforcement. Story, I will turn this over to Lieutenant Story now for some law enforcement.
Good afternoon. On the law enforcement side, obviously safety is a priority for us, for the students, the faculty, and of course the responding officers, any role players. We're taking several precautions for safety, and that's between all the agencies involved, which is a lot of local agencies, state agencies, as well as some federal agencies. No live ammunition at all on the perimeter. The far perimeter will be armed officers, just for the safety of the officers responding who will be unarmed. No simunitions will be used, which simunitions is a marking cartridge. It's kind of like similar to a paintball type of thing. We're going to be utilizing blanks only, and the blanks that the officers are going to be using are made by the company simunitions, which are called secure blanks, and they're a safer blank that can be used during these types of exercises. Sanitation station, all responding officers are going to be what we call sanitized. Essentially, we're taking anything that can be used as a weapon, not just firearms, but baton, OC or mace, anything at all that could be used as a weapon, tasers, and all that will be secured somewhere. The officers will be checked multiple times, and then they'll stay in that containment area so they can't leave and potentially introduce something we don't want in the training exercise. Sanitized vehicles, same thing with the vehicles. The vehicles we use are going to be the same for all the officers to go from the staging area to the exercise. And those vehicles will be sanitized and they'll be maintained by a safety officer so that they never lose sight of it. Those vehicles will be the only vehicles that will be used to take the officers from the sanitation area to the exercise itself. Multiple agencies are going to be represented, and we're obviously coordinating that amongst the agencies prior with meetings to make sure that we were using the exact same protocols between all agencies involved. And along with that, multiple agencies are represented as safety officers, and we'll have perimeter control as well. Thank you.
Click on the right. Okay, great. So good afternoon. My name is Cullen Combs. I'm the emergency manager for Doña Ana County in the city of Las Cruces. Mr. President, members of the board, and Mr. Superintendent, I want to kind of go over a little bit of the legislative changes that happened at this last session. The law as it's currently written since 2005 provided for U12 emergency drills. So there's been a change with this last session where they went to 8 drills. And of those 8 drills, one of those will be actually mandating an active shooter type event to be taking place. This is not that. This is a little bit more robust than what will be taking place, but this will help build out your policies and procedures you're looking at in the event that one of these events happens. Statistically speaking, unfortunately, this is a threat against our schools, and we want to help keep everyone safe and be prepared for those events. And that's one of the reasons that I really appreciate the work that Lieutenant Schulmeister has done, along with Lieutenant Story, in preparing for this, because their focus is for the safety of the schools, and we want to just come alongside y'all and keep all of our students safe. So with that, I can submit the details and changes. I'm sure Dr. Irwin has already received them. But also, as the regulations are rolled out, as you know, sometimes when laws are written, the regulations actually help define it out. But I spoke with Lisa Hacker from New Mexico. What is she with? Center for, what is her agent? She's with the Public Education Department at Santa Fe. And she'll be the one writing the regulations, and then there'll be further guidance and training given to the different school districts, including yourselves, on what the new requirements will be and how we can help. Fire department, you want to definitely integrate them into your emergency planning with that as well, and help get their input, and they can help along with making more robust and more accurate to how you guys can respond and whatnot. Working with, of course, Mr. Barnum and Todd on the safety staff. So with that, do we want to take questions or?
Thanks, everyone. And as you can see, it really is. We started this official planning process back last April, and that was building on the foundation of the exercise that had been planned previously for Mesa years ago. But it really has, in the year that we've been doing this planning, the lessons that the first responder community has been able to learn are already teaching them things about interoperability and response. And so it's a huge service, not only for us, but for the first responder community. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions, board members? Yes, Mr. Jaramillo.
Mr. President, thank you. This is amazing. I really appreciate the work that's been put in here, not only for my children, but the children of Las Cruces Public Schools. Someone said it's not about if it's going to happen, but when it's going to happen. And I appreciate the hard work that it's taken. My question is, has anybody else done this? Were you guys starting from scratch, or are you guys, have APS done this? Any other big schools or as big as Las Cruces done something to this level?
Yes, sir, Mr. President, Mr. Jaramillo. There are, well, first off, just an exercise that's designed by the Exercise Planning Committee is designed according to the Federal Emergency Management Agency plans. And so what goes into that that policies, those procedures are very well worked out. It's a lot of paperwork, and so there have been other agencies that have done this in their community, as close as Alamogordo. I know some of our federal partners were integral in doing a scenario there. I think they had, I think it was their movie theater that they chose as the scene for that. But yes, this type of, and it really, it benefits us greatly, but again, it's something that these guys exercise together on a pretty regular basis, and then just the situations changed, so.
Thank you.
Yes,
Mr.
Senora.
President, yes. I just wanted to thank the team because I know we talked about doing it during a school day, and I appreciate your adaptability to make it on a weekend so that the students are actually volunteers and not just stuck in a situation that might scare them.
Absolutely.
So I do appreciate that. Thank you for changing it a little bit.
Of course. Thank you.
No, just one more. Lieutenant, if you could, is he over there, still there? The police lieutenant. Sorry, I didn't get your last name. So just for your knowledge, we've had an instance before where we put a school on lockdown thinking we had an issue, and we had a concerned citizen who was not a police officer who came to the building armed with the idea of protecting the students in the school. And so just as you go through the setup of the exercise, if someone were to think this is not a true test, just if you could let your officers know, there are folks in town who possibly could show up armed, thinking it's not a practice drill, and just be prepared for that.
I understand, Mr. Superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Hawkins, you are back.
Thank you guys very much. Thank you so much.
Mr. President, members of the board, and Mr. Superintendent, just a huge thank you to our law enforcement community for keeping us safe, and thank you to our two SROs that are here today supporting us, as always. But a lot of work went into the exercise, and they were really amenable to the responses that you all had, and we adjusted that to fit those needs. So thank you for allowing us to do this on a Saturday. Greatly appreciated. And with that, my last agenda item, I have Mr. Matt Dawkins, our Director of Information Technology, to talk about or report out on the district data storage refresh. So,
Mr. President, members of the board, and Mr. Superintendent, I'm here to report on a sort of an update we're doing on the storage hardware and software for the district's data. When I'm talking about data, I mean staff drives where they store their files, the databases for Synergy, Visions, that sort of thing. We've had a number of failures over the last few months involving these databases, and also some performance issues with the website. So the IT department is recommending a full replacement of all of that infrastructure. What that is going to do, it's going to get us back to our 30-day retention for backups. So we take a snapshot every day of all the data in the district, and we back it up and keep that. Right now, we've only got 5 days worth of those snapshots. So our goal is 30. Average hardware age is 7.8 years, with the oldest being 12 years old. And that's actually hosting our two most critical systems, Synergy, the student information system, and Visions, the finance and HR systems. Once we're done with replacement, or once this equipment's been replaced, we expect to see an increase in performance for all of those platforms and for the website. And with that, I stand for questions.
Mr. President, we will, as these are items that exceed my limit in authority to purchase, we will be bringing those orders, I'm looking to Mr. Ellison, before the board for approval as we purchase them.
Okay. Any other questions?
No questions.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Looking forward to an improved data storage. Okay, now we're going to board items and new business, and we're going to have a presentation by Paul Doolin. He is going to make a presentation on the U.S. Census 2020 census. So welcome. And I'm sorry that you...
And thank you. I think I met Terry at a fundraising dinner, so I think I know everybody. I don't know the student representative, but I'm glad to be here, and thank you for allowing us to come. Superintendent Ewing, I tried to see you first, but it didn't work out. At any rate, I'd also like to introduce to you my coworker, Elaine Avina. She will hit me and say if I forgot something, and she'll probably interject. But you've all have the thanks to staff. We have the PowerPoint up. I wanted to go over the role that the schools have in the next census, which is just a year away. So if we could go, let's see. I guess I'm in control here, right? So.
The right button should do it.
Okay.
Roberto, can you assist him?
I know I need to be shown how things work. So. I'm hitting, but it doesn't work. Okay, that one? All right.
Go back.
I can see. Okay, here we go. Very quickly, the Founding Fathers, which were all men, by the way, so they didn't have the Me Too movement back in the Constitution days. So the Constitution, the Founding Fathers found that under their Article 1, Section 2, that we should, every 10 years, count noses. We should count the people that have an impact on our resources. That's what the census is about. It's different than who is a citizen and who is not. It's about counting noses and who is having an impact on our resources. So I want to bring that to your attention that the idea of the census came up in the Constitution. It's required by the Constitution. So if you're a constitutionalist, it's very important for determining how many representatives we'll have in the House of Representatives at the federal level. Probably this year will not change, as the last census also didn't change for New Mexico. But you can see the Rust Belt up there in the gold or yellow, and the dark blue is where the people went, where people gained seats, if you will. So if you look at Texas and especially the West, you see that there are a lot more seats were gained there and lost in the Rust Belt. There used to be a lot of manufacture up there that lost population. This is all about money in the end. Beyond democracy, there is capitalism. So if we count in New Mexico, we depend on the money, federal outlays very much. $3,000 per person per year. That's twice what Texas is. So we're also the worst in counting our noses. And so we depend on it so much so that if we miss just 50 people, it's $150,000 per year for 10 years. That's a lot. And we talk about a 1%, if we undercount by 1%, it'll be $6 million a loss per year over a 10-year period. So $60 million, a lot of money. Just the types of programs that depend on census numbers. Once they're established, you're stuck with them for 10 years, regardless of what they are. As far as schools are concerned, if you look at the second group, starting in Title I grants, you see there about $400 billion comes from the federal government to New Mexico just for education. We're talking about early Head Start, we're talking about IDB, we're talking about Title I, et cetera. You guys know all about that, as I do too, being a former board member. As far as key collection dates, where we are now, we'll go over, since Maria said, I want 15 minutes, she said, take 10. So I'm going to try and keep it down to 10. What we're doing right now, Elaine and I, is going, Elaine has a responsibility for the southeastern part of the state. I have the southwestern part of the state. So as of last night in Socorro, they passed the last of the resolutions in the 7 counties I'm responsible for to create a complete count committee. We want one in every county. We already have resolutions from the city of Las Cruces and Doña County to have one here. In Doña County, they've already met. Las Cruces, so we were looking at the list, and Las Cruces Public Schools, for whatever reason, was not invited to participate. We want to correct that. The Las Cruces Public Schools needs to have a representative on the complete count committee. There's still a decision to be made on whether or not it should be a county and city together. as opposed to 2 or 3 or 4 different committees, because people get tired of going to committee meetings. So what does a complete count committee do? This is where we get the intelligence from the community and what to do in terms of getting people to respond to the census. In a country, in a region, in a state that has a very low turnout participation in the census, we have very low return rates for the census forms. We want to move the needle. And that's what we're into now. How do we do that? We get the intelligence from the community found in the Complete Count Committee. The schools have a role. Every organization that is a member of the Complete Count Committee has a role in making people aware and getting people to turn in and respond to the census. We talk about the schools. What is the role of the school? That's supposed to be what you guys decide. You might have a representative, somebody from the district, who is assigned to go to these meetings. It is not just about going to meetings. What are you going to do as a school? I went before, I made a similar presentation to the Hatch Valley Public Schools. What are you going to do? What was discussed was, since up there you have 96.5% Hispanic, mostly Mexican farm worker kids, that their parents need to respond to the census, regardless of whether they're documented, undocumented, citizens, non-citizens, poor, Hispanic, Spanish-speaking only, whatever they are. They're hard to count. If we look at some of these communities, especially the farm worker community, we find that they make up the hard to count. And so the kids are going to be taught in how to fill out a census form there in Hatch Valley. You should think about doing the same thing here, because Doña County is about 67.5% Hispanic, and especially in your southern places, southern census tracts, you have a lot of schools. Well, you know the schools that are where you have a high level of poverty, a high level of Hispanic, Spanish-speaking only parents, etc. As far as the structure, I won't go into it. I think I've said enough about that. The important thing about the Complete Count Committee is that it's inclusive. Its members, it's not a Congress. The selection of people who are invited, you want to be strategic about who you invite. So certainly somebody from the faith-based community, from public education, from the education sector, and higher education. I was just had a meeting with the president of Western New Mexico University today in Silver City this morning. They know their part. We want to count those people that have an impact on resources in Silver City. So the students at Western, even though they don't live there, but they live there 9 months a year, their parents want to count them at home, but we want to count them there because they have an impact on the resources in Silver City for 9 months a year. That's where we're going to count them. It's called group quarters. We want to count the homeless. We want to count the seniors. We want to count the kids. One thing we learned from the 2010 census is that we left the little kids out. We about 5% or so just weren't even counted, and we want to do a better job this year. So where are we now? We're in the awareness phase. We're in the promotion phase. We want to create those complete count committees. We want to bring to your attention that the census is upon us. It's less than a year away. They'll start sending out the census forms, preceded by a postcard to remind people that they need to respond to the census. But if we do a good job of preparation of the census, then it will take care of itself, and we will have moved the needle. We talk, Lady and I talk all the time about New Mexico is very bad as far as responding. Look at this map. You see there's New Mexico and all that color. Color is bad. It should be white. White is 73% and above. If you look at New Mexico, yes, it's another list we're on, being the worst responder in terms of the census in the United States. We want to change that. We want more white on that map. We want the deep burgundies to move into the gold, into the yellows, and we want to move the needle. We have I think in 2000, it's estimated we didn't count 2% of the population. In the 2010 census, at least 1% we didn't count. And with all the rhetoric that's going around right now, it's going to be tougher still, and a very difficult state to get the numbers correct. One of the tools we use is called Rome. This is Doña County. And these census tracts are the ones we'll use next year. But the rates of return and the color is estimated on the return rate. And where the hard to count, very important, hard to count, where are they? We look at the census tracts, they're in rural areas, they're in the southern part of Doña County. And believe it or not, some of the darkest color is in Las Cruces, right over New Mexico State University. They do a terrible job of counting the college students, and we want to do a better job. And one thing you can do, and you can do this right at your own computer, at your home or in your office here, if you go back one, to census.gov/Rome, this will come up as the United States, and then hone in on your county, hone in on your census tract, hone in on your street. It goes all the way down to the street level, and hit the right click, and the demographics of that area come up. And so these demographics are based on the American Community Survey, which is done every year. This is 1916 or 1912, 1916 in this case. So you know why this is really good for the schools. They can use these data and statistics, and instead of something out of a book that doesn't make sense, they can use these statistics and know a little bit more about their community. You know, why is this area hard to count? Is it because it's a high level of Hispanic? Is it because people are poor? Is it because people culturally do not participate in the census? That's the questions you need to answer and come up with strategy on how to reach out to those people. Well, hello. All right, well, it doesn't work anymore. Oh, there we go. Okay, what comes next? Next, we're in March. You'll receive in March, the people will receive at their home. We cannot leave in post office boxes. They have to be physically taken to an abode, the postcard, and then the census form itself and paper. It also says you can respond online. This is the first time the census, 10 years ago, we didn't have the internet, at least not all over the place. And there is still a problem of penetration of internet within our communities. In some of these rural communities, we don't have internet coverage, or it's so expensive that people don't pay for the coverage. Up in the northern part of the county, I remember that people do their homework at a Pickwick because it's required that they go online and do their homework. But they have to drive up to a Quick Pick because they don't have internet at home. At any rate, and if you use your phone, it's very expensive. But you can reply by internet. You can reply by phone. We expect a lot of millennials will do this, and a lot of students will use their phones to reply. But the paper will still be sent out to everybody. And people who can't, or illiterate, or can't fill out a piece of paper, or can't see it, can always pick up the phone. So at any rate, this tells you what's going to happen in terms of 2020, leads right up to April 1st, which is Census Day. And then thereafter, we send out the census takers, those people that have not responded, are called NRFUs, non-response follow-up. We send out the census taker, which we will hire right here in this community. We expect to hire 100 people in this community to go out to especially the colonial communities, the communities that are hard to count, to knock on doors and help people fill out their form if they haven't already responded. And I'll stand for questions, and as will Elaine. She didn't have anything to say. Usually I get an elbow. So. Yeah.
Just one more thing to add to Paul's presentation. As far as the school district engaging Census 2020, I think Statistics in Schools, which is part of our engaging the students through their parents through that particular information on the 2020 census.gov website, is what we're asking school districts to do. Maybe I know that Superintendent McElroy in Chavez County and Roswell, she's going to be gathering her administrators in the summertime, and we'll have a training just specifically for statistics in schools so that they can integrate it into their fall curriculum. So that's just an idea.
Good. Real statistics on real communities. Anyway, we stand for questions. Any questions? I know it's been late.
Yes, yes.
Mr.
Vice
President,
Dahmer.
thank you. I have a question in regards to the questions that are being,
The question, yes.
the questions that are being asked for families. I know that they're still working on the final questions that will be asked, and there was confusion as to are we going to put undocumented families at risk?
There's, as everyone knows, the actual form and the suggestion and the question about citizenship, you're asking about, are you a U.S. citizen? Were you born in the United States? Are you
Right,
naturalized?
right.
This type of thing. Is still, the Supreme Court has agreed to hear the lower rulings. The state of New Mexico sued. They were part of the Southern New York suit that won. The judge found that. I think what's going to happen is that yes, they have a right to put it on. It exists on the American Community Survey, the census that's taken year after year. But how they went about it is perhaps where they'd find fault.
Right. So
To answer your question, the census, the suggestion, what goes on already exists. It is proposed. However, that part about the citizenship question will be decided by the Supreme Court. And hopefully in time that they can print the paper surveys, or I should say the paper forms, and send them out.
Okay. And then the other question or comment that I was going to make, I did look into this, and why is there such a disparity in the pay in southern New Mexico? For example, the jobs that are being offered, some of the people here in southern New Mexico are getting paid $13.50, and people up there in the north are getting paid $15.
Because of the cost of living more than anything else, they do a cost of living survey and determine what the wage is and what the wage will pay. So it's different all over the country. You're right. In Santa Fe, I think it's $15 an hour. And in Albuquerque, in certain areas, it's anywhere from $14 to $15 an hour. I think 15 tops out at 15. So $13.50 is not a bad wage for here, especially for, I think we have 960, mostly promotoras, health educators from the communities. Hard to count. We usually find the bulk of them from these promotoras. There are about 960 in the state. At any one time, only about 40% have a job. And so this is part-time work, not only for promotoras, but also for seniors, retired people, students. There's recruiters. We have recruiters right now trying to sign these people up.
Okay. And then my last question is probably for you. I know that Native Americans sometimes don't have a physical address. So how is that handled? How is that?
Native Americans?
Yes.
Native Americans and the tribal nations are handled separately. We're not tribal specialists, and we do not work with any of the tribes in New Mexico. That is a separate enumeration.
Okay. And so is that also true for students, Native American students here at the university?
In rural areas, we have an enumeration called update leave. So in those instances where it's a rural location and there is no mail receptacle, although there is an address and abode, then we will send enumerators or census takers to that address who will not only update that location as an address, but also leave a census form.
Okay.
And will revisit that location up to 3 times, if not more, until they get a response.
But I think your question was different. If we have, I know we have a lot of Native Americans that are students at NMSU.
Right.
I think culturally they'll be asked the question, do you want to be counted, as part of the Navajo Nation, if that,
right,
or as part of the university? And again, with the explanation that it's where you have an impact on resources. I think that we'd leave that up to them.
Okay.
And just to follow up, it's where you live and sleep or most of the time, as far as enumeration.
Okay.
How do you handle the homeless populations?
We have what we call group quarters. So anywhere we have homeless population, we send out people to count the people there. The same thing in senior centers, and I think I have a meeting at the hospice tomorrow. People that cannot fend for themselves, they need somebody there to help them fill out the forms. College students are also group quarters, people that live in dorms, people that live in large complexes, that type of thing. So.
I'll add to that. Under group quarters is what we call service enumeration or service locations, where locations like soup kitchens and other organizations that help the homeless. So if they gather at those locations, then we also will visit those locations as they're identified. And Camp Hope, I've actually met with the executive director, and they have a good plan for how they're going to outreach to the homeless community and actually provide a computer location on their site off Amador, so that the homeless population around census time, April 1st, 2020, can come in. They'll even have staff who will assist those who do come in through the doors to respond online.
Which is a good segue back to the Complete Count Committee. This type of intelligence about what to do. What are you going to do about the homeless? What are you going to do about your students and the people, that are hard to count? If you can bring strategies to the table, that would be very helpful to us. And we're focusing on strategies as we go out right now. I'm meeting especially with going to the water meetings about even talk to the growers to tell their staff, their farm workers, to be sure to respond to the census, because they're going to be pushing back on fake news that if you participate in the census, you'll be packed up and sent back to where you came from. That's we are sworn to confidentiality. We are not interested in that type of location information. Yes, you will put your name on the census form, but it's to get where do you live and where do you live at one time. We don't ask for social security numbers. We don't ask for any other personal identifiers.
Yes, Senora.
That was my question, thank you, regarding ICE and undocumented.
Yep.
Is there a guarantee that they can fill in their information and that it will not be given to ICE?
We have been told, and we're sworn to confidentiality for 72 years. I think I'll be dead by then. But at any rate, all we can do is tell you what we've been told, which is that information will not be shared with Border Patrol, will not be shared with immigration, it may not be shared. Other things notwithstanding, and what's going on, I can't tell you. But how the Supreme Court weighs in will have a lot to do with what happens next. So, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
Appreciate it.
Good luck.
I'm supposed to say that to you.
Okay, and now, moving along, we're going to have a first reading of policy JRA, student records, and we're going to hear from Dr. Wendy Miller Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent. So Dr. Sanchez is going to ease back into the policies. So I'm going to do this first reading tonight, and I'm going to let him do the third readings coming up later, just to be
very kind.
fair and not, overwhelm him.
Shocking.
So as part of the board's policy review cycle, policy JRA, student records, is presented for first reading and discussion. This policy was last revised by the board in 2005. The policy addresses student records, and suggested updates to the policy will bring district practices up to date. So some of the changes in the policy: it revises the purpose statement to focus on the protection and privacy of parents and students in accordance with the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, or FERPA, and the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA. A new background statement is included and cites the appropriate federal requirements regarding the privacy of student records. It also defines the terms to give clarity to the succeeding sections of the policy, requires annual notification on the district and school website and all student handbooks, adds language that specifies the FERPA annual notice of rights include the directory information notice, outlines guidelines for access to student records, adds language that classifies directory information into two separate categories, which are items for use only for school-sponsored purposes and items for all other purposes. Specifies procedures for transcripts and transfer of records, requires the district to comply with the Federal Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act and the New Mexico Abuse and Neglect Act, designates the assistant superintendent as the responsible agent for records dealing with special education students, outlines the process for amending records, and as always requires the superintendent to promulgate a regulation for the implementation of this policy. So if you have had a chance to look at it, you'll notice that a large portion of this policy is actually new language. So with that, I'll stand for any questions you have.
Questions? Yes.
I had
Mr.
one
Castro.
question. On the purpose at, I think it's number 1,
Yeah.
and it says that it used to have state law, and now it's omitted. The purpose of the state law was?
Mr. President, Mr. Castro, I and Dr. Sanchez, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that there isn't really a lot in state law that applies to student records. It's all federal, so FERPA and IDEA.
It's federal. We're citing federal.
And it's very complicated.
Yes.
That's just an understatement, actually. But
Mr. President, members of the board, I should add that your legal counsel actually, we went back and forth on this policy for quite some time. So Ms. Gallegos has actually looked at it very carefully, and anything that you would want to see added or changed or revised certainly is open for second reading.
I just had another question on item number 5. Number 4, rather. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
You're eliminating the use of the newspaper?
Yes, sir. That seems, it's a very expensive process to do that. And so one of the things, the federal law does not require us to post it in a newspaper, a local newspaper, but your legal counsel said that we should post it on our website, student handbooks, and every school website to allow parents that annual access to that annual notice.
any other questions? Okay, well, we're going to really look forward to the second reading of this. Will that be at the work session?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Dr. Sanchez, I think we're going to invite you back to report on legislative funding related to educational initiatives.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, Superintendent Ewing. It's been fun being in Santa Fe for the past 2 months, and I've worn a suit and tie every day, just so you know that I do have suits and ties. And Dr. Ewing said I should wear them to work every day, but we'll have a conversation about that. I do want to begin, as we start this brief presentation, with the picture that's on the front slide, and I thought this was appropriate view of the Capitol, because I've been involved in legislative work with the Senate Education Committee since 1997, when I was at the State Department of Education, and then as the Chief Policy Analyst for the Education Committee after that. And this was a session that was focused on public education and the children of our state and the children that are most at risk. And that became apparent during many of the conversations. I also want to give kudos to the board because I could hear many of you during committee deliberations and discussions, and I could hear your voices, things that you've been talking about for 5, 6 years. And oftentimes we were asked, why can't you just put that in the bottom drawer? And I remembered that, and I actually used it in one of my analysis ones for the removal of the A through F grading system. Representative Stewart sponsored that. That has been repealed, and we now have a School Accountability Act, which will result in a dashboard where we talk about critical indicators, many of the same indicators that you all have talked about. The other thing that we wanted to put in the bottom of our drawer, and I did it for 3 years, was teacher evaluation. While the statutory language, there were 2 bills on teacher evaluation, they did not get passed by the session because the enabling language in statute now allows the Secretary of Education to do that. And so the Secretary of Education, in a meeting that I had with her and Dr. Hand right before leaving the session, was that over spring break that we would perhaps start to work on that framework, building on the work that so many people have done from around the state of New Mexico. And as you know, by executive order, the park test has been eliminated from our reality. Hopefully, yes, that's what we all said. And hopefully it won't be replaced by something worse. But we'll see. So good news. $3.1 billion was the total general fund appropriation for public education. Has ended up in House Bill 2. That House bill was amended and amended and amended, and I hope that I got the final numbers, Ed, and I'm sure that you and I will spend lots of time looking at the final language in House Bill 2 to make sure we didn't miss any amendments. This is an 18.8% over the FY19 operating budget. People put money behind the reforms that they were talking about, and it's $487 million increase to the general fund appropriations for public schools. Right now, with this new appropriation, we are at 47.5% of the state budget. And many of you who have been around for a while will recall we had slipped into the low 40s as part of the state budget. So we're recouping and we're making some gains there. Las Cruces' share, I looked at a spreadsheet that I got right before leaving. We're going to see an approximate 20.6% increase or $38 million increase over last year's funding to the district. And then I will go over what the priorities are. So every time we get money, it comes with some strings, but it really does focus on local control. And that was a big point of many of the discussions. Another resolution that LCPS Board of Education put forward. Senate Bill 1 and House Bill 5 really were the premier and very elegant legislation that was introduced. It increases instructional time. It increases services to at-risk students. And not only did they put that requirement in, but they increased the multiplier, which used to be 0.13 to 0.25. So for our at-risk students, we will draw significant funding to address those. Improved budgetary accountability for programs. I'm going to go over some of the things that we need to start thinking about as we enter into the budget development plan and phase in. There is an opportunity for K-5 plus, which is the old K-3 plus. It's 25 extended learning days, 25 extra school days, but now we can go up to the 5th grade, which is good news for a lot of kids. There's also an opportunity for extended learning time that some schools may want to choose. This is 10 additional days, and each of these come with a unit multiplier to provide additional funding for that time, and also an additional unit multiplier for transportation. So you get your base funding for transportation, but there are multipliers that are built in here. Increased pay for school employees, and hopefully we have reversed the immoral practice of what we've been paying our school employees. And those now minimum salaries are $41,000 for Tier 1, 50 for Tier 2, and 60 for Tier 3 teachers. Of course, if they're working in a K-5 plus setting, they removed the Senate Finance Committee and Senate Education Committee they had set thresholds for that. It didn't come anywhere close to their daily rate. So the committees removed that. So teachers teaching in a K-5 plus will now garner their daily rate for the extra time they serve. So that's good for teachers. There's also increases, minimums for our principals, and I think the minimum, I don't remember them off the top of my head, but for high school principals, the minimum is $97,000, which I thought, that's not bad. All right, and it sets the maximum age of enrollment to 21. You know, in prior statutes, there was no age limit on the age that students could enroll and get funding for. So this sets it to 21. First year program funding. This is kind of interesting because the Senate Education Committee and the Senate Finance Committee amended the Public School Finance Act to allow for any of these new programs to actually apply for funding in the first year. You know, our current funding formula says you're funded on last year's enrollment. Well, if these new programs open up, new K-5 plus, bilingual multicultural programs, so if we're to add a whole bunch of bilingual multicultural programs at the middle school, we could actually start to apply for funding for those new programs immediately, which is really nice. Elementary fine arts, Las Cruces has fine arts programs going on, and of course the extended learning time. So that was a good addition to that. At-risk student services, Mr. President, just to give you a little bit of idea of what they're talking about as we start to develop our budget and program plans. And this is nothing new that the superintendent hasn't been talking about for the past few years. And it fits very nicely with the general plan that the superintendent has put into place. So if we're looking at-risk student services, we're talking about case management, tutoring, reading interventions, after-school programs delivered by social workers, counselors, teachers. Again, this very directly addresses a resolution that you all passed, and we're very happy to see that in there. Culturally relevant professional development and curriculum development. Additional compensation strategies for high-need schools. Dr. Ewing has long talked about, do we provide additional compensation for those places where we need to have our best teachers? Whole school interventions, community schools. Thank you, Las Cruces Public Schools Board of Education, for approving that effort, and all the people that have worked on the Lynn Middle School community. It got a lot of press, and people were talking about it. Educational programming intended to improve career and college readiness. There's our CTE programs, dual credit, all of those kinds of things, again, focused on our at-risk population. Services to engage and support parents and families in the education process. So as we develop our education plans, what are we going to do? We're going to look at, and we're going to have to write a narrative as part of our budget, Dr. Ewing, which will be another step in submitting that budget, but it's going to require an extensive narrative of how we're going to address this. Offered to improve the academic success of our at-risk students, our ELs, students who are underperforming, our dyslexic students, any class of kid that we consider to be at risk. The service plan must include offered to students enrolled in bilingual and multicultural education programs. This was the topic at the state legislature and the committee hearings. We are not doing enough in the state of New Mexico to address the needs of our kids. We can do it through extended learning time, K-5 plus. We must show how we're going to implement the Bilingual Multicultural Education Act. We're going to have to show that, not just put a line or a sentence or the number of kids we're going to serve, but we're going to have to show how we're going to do that. Offered to students with disabilities. They want to see, they looked at the performance rate of our students with disabilities and their outcome measures, and what are we going to do to actually address that? And it's great that Donna Bush is coming back. She's phenomenal. Class size, my favorite, and teaching load policies. How are we going to adhere? What are our class loads going to be? And maybe our English teachers at the 9th grade won't have to have 28 students in class to grade all those papers. And then, of course, our beginning teacher mentorship program, which is outstanding already in LCPS. Critical components in House Bill 2, required 6% salary increase for teachers and administrators, and an average 6% salary increases for all instructional staff and other licensed and unlicensed staff, including school transportation employees. I don't know how that applies to us in the district. We're going to have to get clarification on that since we contract for those services, whether this applies to that or not, but it'll be something that we'll have to get clarification on. I wouldn't think that it would, but just to the benefit of our bus drivers. Transportation factor for extended learning time and K-5 plus program. Instructional materials. Now hold on to your hat. I got off the phone with Rachel Gudgel. She's the director for the Legislative Education Study Committee when I was driving up here, and I said, Rachel, I asked you this once, I've asked you twice. Now this is the third time I'm going to ask you because I don't want to say something that's incorrect. We have in the budget $57 million for instructional materials. This was a direct result of the Yazzie and the Martinez lawsuit that says we don't fund. Kids don't have books to take home. Kids don't have the instructional materials. But the state legislature did one better. This is not in 22-15, which is the instructional materials law. It is in our SEG. These funds flow directly to the district. They'll be tracking them and how the district spends instructional materials, but we don't have to abide by the 50-50 split, buy stuff off the state adopted list. And this really responded to a lot of constituent concerns about, well, the Spanish materials aren't on there. They aren't being reviewed by the state. What do we buy? Do we buy local? Can we buy local stories? Can we buy local literature? And so this is pretty incredible. $57 million is a lot of money. Don't forget our last year's appropriation, Ed, I think was around 10 million for the entire state. So we've got a lot of work to do. STEM initiatives, and heard about the proposed new magnet program. I think that's marvelous. There's some money in there for STEM, and grads I know is a very important program to the board. That was funded at a static level of $200,000. Other legislation that's of interest to you, and I could go on and on and on about the legislation, but I just picked a few things. Grow Your Own Teachers Act. I know you all have been very, very concerned about how we support EAs in our district, and Dr. Ewing has often talked about that. And Grow Your Own Teachers Act actually will provide scholarships to EAs, current EAs in the district, to get their teaching credentials. which I think is really cool. Career Technical Education Pilot Project, grants for the establishment of new CTE initiatives, not to fund the ones that we've been funding forever, but what's new and emerging. And I thought about Mesa Middle School as well for that, because there was a companion memorial that talked about we need to extend CTE into the family and consumer science into the middle schools. House Bill 129, big issue for your UU school security personnel and deadly weapons. This bill, if you want to read it, addresses the issues of school security personnel and under what circumstances they may carry a firearm. And as I recall, I think this was Representative Trujillo's legislation. Elena. House Bill 227, use of teacher attendance or evaluation. How many resolutions have you written about teacher attendance, not counting on the teacher evaluation? This is no longer allowed. They can use the days that the board grants them, which I think is really cool. House Bill 236, our Attendance for Success Act. Again, LCPS, thank you for the good conversations, because I was able to write good analyses. We're talking about restorative practice.
Are you the next one?
Oh, I am. I'm sorry. House Bill 236. Yes, Attendance for Success Act. I got so excited about, like, we're talking about restorative practices, and that is what this does. It really is talking about being more proactive in getting kids in school, and it's a nice piece of legislation. Other legislation, you just had a recent discussion in my absence about adding e-cigarettes to Indoor Clean Air Act, and Dr. Ewing said I should start working on that policy,
Yes.
which I'll do shortly, Dr. Ewing, when I
And
get
read
around
it.
to it. When I get my tie on. All right. And House Bill 388, I know with your policy AC, this actually addresses gender-free restrooms, and it applies to new construction and signage on existing facilities that allow folks to have access to bathroom facilities. House Bill 589, community school, early childhood and pre-K. What this does, and there was some funding attached to it, and I believe it's I don't remember, 200,000, I think. Is David here? Greenberg?
No.
There was some funding attached to it. Community schools, allowing them to actually expand services to include pre-kindergarten program and those kinds of things. House Bill 664, a very interesting piece of legislation. I'm not sure that I agree with it, but it's an interesting piece of legislation. School credit for certain courses. This would allow the public education department to look at CTE courses and substitute those for English, math, or science requirements. That's going to be tough to do, to articulate the mathematics standards to a particular course, and would it count for Algebra 1, Algebra 2, what does it do? So there's a little controversy about that, but it did get through.
What is CTE?
I'm sorry, Career Technical Education courses. Those would be courses that auto shop, computer science, the computer science track,
Vocational.
construction trades, and those kinds of things.
That might be interesting.
So it's an interesting concept. They're saying that so many more students are going into that. Could we actually devise courses in CTE that really address the academic content much harder? Right. So we'll see how that goes. Senate Bill 20, sex designation on vital records. I know this is an issue that's come up a time or two. Senator Candelaria sponsored this, and it makes it less complicated and arduous to change your sex designation on a birth certificate. So there's some specific language there for the courts and how one would go about that. Senate Bill 22, Early Childhood Education and Care Department. This actually creates a new department that would be responsible for coordinating and aligning all early childhood education services in the state of New Mexico, whether they go through the PED or whether they go through CYFD, our Head Start, anything that we're doing, all the home visitation that goes on. So this will be a new secretary, a cabinet level secretary that does this. It's an interesting bill, and I know, Mr. Jaramillo, you have talked extensively about these, so you might be interested. I'm sure you've already read it. Senate Bill 22. School safety drill requirements, that was referenced earlier today by our folks that were here. Sick leave, Senate Bill 157, I thought was quite interesting. Sick leave for educational retirement credit, that if a teacher is coming to the end of their career and they have banked a whole bunch of sick leave, that they could use those days to buy extra credit to give them a little bump on their retirement, which, great. I wish I had done that the first time in 2004. Senate Bill 204.
Retroactive, Dr. Sanchez?
Medical marijuana in schools. This was a little controversial, but it actually allows children who have prescriptions for medical marijuana for us to be able to store it and pass it out in schools pretty much like we do medication now. Senate Bill, whoops. Last page. Senate Bill 576, broaden vocational school locations. Old statute said you could only build a vocational school on a community college campus. This actually removes that requirement and allows LCPS, if they so choose, or Deming Public Schools, to build their own vocational school on a site wherever they wanted to. And since Alyssa and Chris are here, I have to give them total credit. Okay. For Senate Bill 398. This was the dyslexic student early interventions. And do you remember when they came to the Board of Education and talked about their experience being dyslexic students? Yes. I was so taken by that, I called the president of the Southwestern branch of the International Dyslexia Association and asked the board of that group, SWIDA, to convene a little conversation about what changes could take place to existing legislation. What this bill does, it actually calls for universal screening of all first graders to see if there is a problem which we might be able to address through a much more structured literacy. That's the new term for how we help kids who have dyslexia learn how to read better. And I just want to give you credit because this really was your doing. You spurred the interest, so thank you.
Yes.
Senate Joint Memorial 3 commits to the elimination of the achievement gap. Again, you all have been talking about that for a long time. Senate Joint Memorial 3, that's that middle school family and consumer science, which I thought we should start looking at as a district. And why I put this on, I don't know. I just thought House Bill 100 replaced Columbus Day as Indigenous Peoples Day. That was one of the last bills heard the last week of the session, and it was really interesting. With that, Mr. President, I will just assure you that as the governor starts to sign legislation, she's already signed a lot of this, and I should have put what was chaptered and what wasn't. But we'll be analyzing all of the new legislation to make sure that we bring you policy updates that reflect any changes in legislation. With that, Mr. President, I'll stand for any questions.
Well, thank you so much for this extensive report on all, this is really important stuff, game-changing stuff in the state of New Mexico. But yes?
Just to
Senora.
comment, thank you for bringing all this positive news to us this year. It's all good, and we look forward to implementing it.
Yep, we have a good legislature that's really taking an active voice in public education, which is kind of refreshing.
And Dr. Sanchez, welcome back.
Thank you. It's good to be back.
Yes. We missed you.
I took all my ties to the cleaner on my way in.
Don't sit too long because we're going to move to old business, and you're going to be right back talking about the third reading and approval, possible approval of policy IMG, a policy that addresses animals in schools. And I could say something clever about that, but I am not going to.
Clever?
Mr. President, I don't have any notes about this, but I do remember the policy. Basically, what this does, it brings the policy in compliance with allowing service animals to come into the schools, and it didn't do much else than that. So with that, we stand for any questions and potential approval of this policy.
We've looked at it pretty carefully over the past couple of months, so I am going to entertain a motion to adopt changes to and approve policy IMG, animals in schools.
So
Moved by Mr. Castro, seconded by Vice President Dahlman. Any discussion, any further discussion before we vote? So all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? And abstentions? So this policy has passed unanimously.
Thank you. Mr. President, members of the board, Superintendent Round's third reading of policy KJA, relations with parent support organizations. This policy actually brings greater clarity to how school administration works with parent organizations, whether they be booster clubs or otherwise. It did receive an extensive review by legal counsel, and it's gone through the two readings. So with that, we'll stand for any questions and potential approval of this policy.
Board members, any discussion at all? Okay, then I am going to entertain a motion to adopt changes to and approve policy KJA, relations with parent support organizations.
So moved.
That's second.
Okay, moved by Vice President Dahlman, seconded by Mr. Castro. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? This motion also passes.
Thank you,
unanimously.
Mr. President.
Last one?
Oh, we have one more.
Dr. Sanchez, one more. Oh, sorry. Oh.
Okay, so this is the
Sorry,
third
Alice.
reading and approval, possible approval of policy GBD, the Family Medical Leave Policy. And
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, and Superintendent Ewing. I am here to read the third policy, well, not actually read it, but this is for third reading of policy GBD, Family Medical Leave, as we had previously gone over in detail during the last two readings. I just want to say that this policy has been posted on the website for input, and no input has been received.
And it's also been discussed extensively.
Okay.
Any discussion, board? So I am going to entertain a motion to adopt changes to and approve policy GBD, Family Medical Leave.
That's a
Moved by Mr. Castro.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Jaramillo. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? This policy passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now going to move to board reports, and we will go in no particular order.
Everybody's looking at me. I guess I'll start.
You got the idea.
Got it, Mr. President. Thank you.
Start on that end.
I've had a busy couple of weeks since our last board meeting. I wanted to say I was honored to be invited, and really I was able to do 2 parenting classes for the Head Start at Booker T. Washington, and so that was really cool. We had parents that were able to come, and I was able to talk a little bit about that and build some relationships with them. I was also honored to head up to Santa Fe and be a part of a panel discussion on early childhood education. The the mayor, I thought, did a wonderful job at the State of the City address, and I thank him for his invitation. I also want to thank Dr. Hahn and Dr. Lozano. Dr. Hahn wasn't able to make it to our meeting, but Dr. Lozano spent a lot of time with me answering some questions about bilingual and really giving me his thoughts on how we could expand or really meet the needs of our bilingual students. We had a speaker today, Ms. McClure, that had brought that to our attention, and I really am excited to be a part of that, and I'm learning. Each time I ask questions, I get more questions, so I appreciate your time, Dr. Lozano and Dr. Hahn as well. Obviously, the SAC meeting didn't go as planned at Centennial High School. I was able to stay around a little bit longer and talk to some people, and when I was able to communicate with some of these people, I think that they had a little bit a better understanding or a better perspective from our district side, and I think that we should learn from this event going forward, and always, you know, on our end, maybe not be as reactive and be more proactive in addressing some of the concerns, or at least eliminating some of the misrepresentations of that parents and students might have. The other thing I was able to attend was the 24/7 at Oñate High School, which I thought was a great event, and I appreciate that. For the second year in a row, I want to take this a little bit of opportunity to ask my wife if she would like to go to prom with me again. So hopefully she's listening, and I'd like to ask her, and I'll let you guys know what she says. But Mackenzie, the Best Buddies Prom, which is a prom for children with special needs. I will be going to that and also be playing music for that as well on April 5th. So hopefully my wife can attend with me. I also want to just take the time to thank Secretary Trujillo. I was able to follow her a lot during the session. She was, and really, I'm excited that I am on a board that has a secretary that speaks on behalf of children, families, teachers, all workers really within that. And she is really a wonderful advocate for everything that I believe in, and so I'm excited for Secretary Trujillo, and I would love to see if maybe we could invite her to thank her here while we have her. She's also my neighbor, so I would love to congratulate her in person.
Taryn, did you pick that up?
Yeah, maybe if she's in town one of these days. I followed a lot of legislation in regards to early childhood education and public education. I didn't have an opportunity to go to Santa Fe as much as I would like, but I did follow a lot of the legislation, and I was really excited on a lot of it. Senate Bill 22 was an important thing, and I think it really is an important part of the continuum. We've had PED, we have higher education. I think we even have one higher than that, which is for help me. It's for older. People that are a little bit older. We have that department, and now we have an early childhood department, which actually, in my opinion, is makes the last piece to that continuum. So I'm excited to do that, or to be a part of that. Dr. Ewing, I made 4 marks here. I just want to say your name was, you were called 4 different names tonight, and so I'm going to just start keeping track of that, and I'll let you know at the end of that. But that's it for me, and I just really want to thank you more than just your comments. Your comments were amazing, but for your presence and how you address that and how you handle that. I don't think there's not very many people, whether it be a student or an adult, that could have done what you did tonight. And it's hard sometimes to sit up here at the dais and then go home and then go have to do other stuff. But I just wanted to tell you that you made my day. Not just what you said, but how you said it. And I appreciate that. So thank you. I'm done, Mr. President.
We're going this way?
Yeah, this is a good way to go.
Okay. I do have a report today. Most of us attended the recognition ceremony. It was a pleasure to recognize both classified and certified employees from each campus and facility. I know it meant a lot to many of the recipients. On the 28th of February, Las Cruces Partnership for Community School Board meeting, Senora Flores, Mr. Greenberg, Ms. Par Sanchez, and Wendy Miller-Thomason, Dr. Miller-Thomason, and I attended the first official community school board meeting, Community Schools Board meeting, in which we appointed Acting Chair, Counselor Greg Smith. The purpose of the meeting was to establish and review Open Meetings Act, guidelines, and bylaws. Really exciting stuff, right? The same day, most of the board meeting attended the State of the City address. And then on the 5th of March, Community School Improvement Science Micro Credential Winter Meeting. First, I would like to commend Mr. Greenberg and Ms. Par Sanchez for coordinating this informational gathering. We had people attending from all over the country. About 100 people attended. Many had questions on how to begin the process of implementing a community school. And while we don't have all the answers, there isn't a one-size-fits-all model. I feel that we are way ahead of the curve in many ways. Our partnership with the city, businesses, and networking with other successful models will ensure future success for our students, community, and district. On the 14th of this month, I attended Enlace Youth Action Research Conference. I attended the morning session of the conference. The welcoming presentation was headed by Cindy Nava. She spoke to our district and community students about her obstacles and struggles as an English language learner. We're talking about Cindy Nava, a different Cindy Nava, not the
Senator.
right. She had many powerful messages for our students, but my takeaway was that she encouraged our most vulnerable to be positive interrupters for others, but especially for themselves. And I really like that term, positive interrupters. Community school meeting, again, the appointment of chair and vice chair. The chair is now Counselor Greg Smith, and vice chair is Dr. Miller Tomlinson, respectively, was selected or possibly volunteered, right?
No, it wasn't us. It wasn't there yet.
We're also finalizing bylaws. Discussion of future community schools are in the works for upcoming meetings. And a lot of us attended the Kick Butts as in cigarette butts, day event. Arrowhead conducted the tobacco awareness and usage survey, and we thank them for that. I look forward to the results. And then we all received a letter from a little girl from Sonoma Elementary. Her name is Eleanor. And I went to visit her, and she talked about in her letter about solar energy or renewable resources and how it's important that our district gets on the ball with that. And so I went and I just touched base with her, and more to come on that from Senora Flores. And then my last comment, as we embark in test-taking season, let us be mindful and stay connected with our children's feelings. Let's keep in mind which assessments, if any, are truly necessary. I worry about the stress levels and anxiety we adults impose on our children for the sake of invalid data collecting. Not to mention all of the instructional time and creativity we take away from our students and teachers during this time. And then one more comment, the condolences for all of the people at, I don't know if anybody has any connections to New Zealand, but yet another massacre over there. So that's it. That concludes my.
Okay, thank you. It's such a pleasure to share the dais with the people up here. And I can't add to what they have said. You know, I participated in some of those events. And I just want to say, Chris, thank you for your comments about the need for better communication and the key to it being respect. Thank you. That was very wise. Greatly appreciated. And I did enjoy your event out at Oñate on Friday. Thank you for doing that also. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Castro.
I have very little to add to that, except that I'm very bothered by the events that took place with the issue on Columbia and Centennial High School. I guess it's so much of it was miscommunication. I was disappointed that the way some of our people are wanting to provide this input, but we got to play by the rules, and I'm still not sure that the rule would follow this in this situation. I also attended the recognition ceremony, and I'd like to commend Chris for your input. I'm amazed at the level of participation that you have shown us here. And again, compliments to our leadership. Dr. Lozano, it's an amazing report, and shows that just how we never quit advancing and improving. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Senora,
Okay.
you were last.
I know. I attended 2 concerts, one the middle school collective band with an invited conductor. They were incredible. The music was great and fun. The second was at NMSU. Now, I know that some of our former students played in the Student Philharmonic, and they joined forces with Ciudad Juárez Juvenil. It was standing room only, and they requested working with LCPS to promote a youth symphony. So I'm just sending that message out. A challenge to our high school orchestra teachers. Attended 2 meetings, as Ms. Dahlman said, of the Las Cruces Partnership for Community Schools. It promises to be a really good group. And the state of the city, which was incredible. The mayor is doing such a wonderful job in reaching out to everyone around him. And participated in 7 out of 8 Zoom interviews for the DACC presidential search. And we will be meeting again to select the 3 finalists. We celebrated with the Children's Reading Alliance, Jan Reed and her troops that are reading buddies in our schools. And let's see, where was I at? At 6 out of 6 or 7 of our schools. And you know, all they do is go and listen to children read. It's just an amazing, simple, basic process of being present for a child, one at a time. We met with Ms. Hendy to talk about her plans for staff in school as they move forward with Columbia Elementary on campus. I attended the PED input session on assessment. Everyone had a say in the work the team was doing. Is such an incredible breath of fresh air. They came from Santa Fe, some of them were volunteers, to work with the PED on what testing will look like next year. Nothing will change this year, but it is promising that it will improve next year. Also attended the Enlace Research Conference and witnessed student learning from their own work and the conversations generated from their presentations. It was amazing, as always. I congratulate all the Enlace teachers. They do an excellent job. We all received a letter from a student requesting that the district go solar. Ms. Dahlman talked about it, and to address her concerns of climate change. I talked to her mother and invited her to come to a future board meeting to present to the board. And Eleanor is, I think, in 5th grade? Yes. So I did not meet her, but I did talk to her mother. Finally, a personal point. We attended 3 book events in Washington, D.C. for the book. It's called Yes, She Can, 10 Stories by 10 Young Women who worked in the Obama administration. And I have to say, in this time of doubt and worry, this book is a ray of hope, that we all have the capacity to lead and work in government for the good of all. Sorry. A former high school teacher said about a particular essay, she said, "I think that your essay in Yes She Can should be required reading in U.S. history and civics classes. It teaches the complexity of the legislative process and celebrating any success, no matter how small." And that was on immigration reform. Of course, it didn't pass. I hope all social studies teachers take the time to share this book with our students. It's available at Barnes & Noble. You can order it on Amazon.com for about $8. So, excellent book to read. And that's all I have to say. Sorry. My daughter wrote one chapter.
Yeah, I was going to say the reason she's emotional is because her daughter wrote a chapter. And so.
I know, I can't help it. Thank you.
Okay, board, after we adjourn, we have to stay in our seats because we have a paper to sign. And so with that being said, I am going to ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice President Dahlman and seconded by Mr. Castro. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? We are